Wabazam! Yeah, Father Majima tried to do it. I blocked him from doing it. I already called it out, Father Majima. You think you had me? I already blocked you from doing it. What are you gonna do now? What are you gonna do now, Father Majima? At nighttime, good to see you. Not Valindian. Thank you so much for the tier 3. Holy crap, that's amazing. Very few people in this community are willing to do a tier 3 sub. And Valindian's one of them. Like, that is crazy. Father Majima, I'm sorry, your powers are not gonna be working. Sophie Robot, thanks for roboting. GC Cake, welcome in, GC Cake. How's your night going? How is your night going? Scarlet Moon VT, welcome in. Hope you're doing good, Scarlet. That's also another VTuber. Give her a follow if you want to. She's pretty cool. She plays Tekken and stuff like that as well. Kira Asada, to prepare the punks. Oh my god. Uncle Aries, yeah, if you want to do that interview, you are more than welcome. A happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. Yeah. Today is my, well, I'm not sure if today's the exact day, but Twitch will, like, remind you. But today is my affiliate anniversary. Wow, by Zoom. Alright, let me see here. Alright, so I was joking around. The bonks, they should be working, but I guess they're not working. So let me see. Talk Sophie on the left. Father Majim is really trying to come after me. Vito, welcome in. Guys, we have an interesting stream today. 1 second, let me fix this thing super quick. Oh, why is this off? This thing should definitely be on. Happy anniversary, Sophie. Thank you. Very much appreciated. But yeah, there's gonna be a debate topic. You know, people have kind of been messaging me and saying that, you know... Well, okay, I don't want to say, like, specific, like, names or anything like that. But, like, certain people in the community, you know? That they're saying that, you know, a certain handful in a community is driving away the rest of the community. And I wanted to get everybody's opinions on that because I want to see if the way that I'm thinking about it is just crazy. Am I another Contrarian Season 3? You know? Oleg, how's it going, Oleg? How are you? Hi, Bazo. Good to see you on the YouTube side. Alright, let me see. And so, yeah, I want to get your guys' opinion. Like, okay, I'll go ahead and give you guys a situation. Which is like, I guess there's like a macroscopic scale. And there's like a specific scale. Like a macroscopic scale, I would say. Let's get this, let's go ahead and change the intro music since we're getting into the meat of the stream now. Wow, Bazum. Alright, so say you have like a community, right? You have like, I don't know, 1.5 people, 1.5 thousand people in your Discord. And imagine you guys are running a Discord, right? And I don't know if you guys like how much you guys are for like free speech or whatever, but you have a handful of people in the community that they're like mean to other people. They're big meanie heads. And sometimes it's serious. Like I don't know, like how much should you moderate a community from quote unquote toxic people? I don't know how you guys are gonna define toxic people, but I'll let you guys come up onto, you know, the mic and say your piece. I'll give everybody like 15 minutes and stuff like that. Sophie's being mean to me. Wabazum, please ban toxic Sophie. Fuck you, Becker. Wabazum. Okay, alright. I'm joking. Oleg says, I'm happy, Sophie. Thanks for responding. Hey, no problem, Oleg. I'm really glad that you found the community. And hopefully, you know, you can have a place here. And that's exactly what we're talking about today. Is basically, that's easy 3 strikes and you're out. Yeah, but Toygan, like, what kind of rules should you set in the Discord? Like, my rules are pretty lax, right? I don't want to, like, micromanage every single thing. Like, hey, you can't eat bubblegum on the 3rd floor. You know, that sort of thing. Like, it's like, hey, we kind of know how to be adults. Let's be cool. There's gonna be people that shit talk, and it can be kind of fun to shit talk. For example, Let me see. Beanson says, from a game dev perspective or a community moderator perspective. Beanson, I'm more thinking about a community moderator, but honestly, a game dev perspective would be really cool as well. So if you want to come on the mic and share your opinions and stuff, I would love to have you. But yeah, what I'm trying to think. Oh, Father Majima says need context. Okay. Listen, I'm just gonna say kind of some things that are going on in my Discord community, which is like there's a couple of people that are in my Discord community and they're kind of abrasive people. And I am somebody that is extremely pro free speech and stuff like that. And so if people like talk shit, like for example with Father Majima, he says some things that people would disagree with, that I disagree with. But, you know, I don't mind because I'm very pro free speech, right? Father Majima can say stuff that I, like just the other stream, he was saying stuff that I thought was absolutely bonkers, right? But that's what's so great about like having free speech and discussions like this, is because I think it ignites growth. Like I think it's a good thing to find out truth. And no matter how much I don't like something, like how much I like, oh my god, like somebody thinks like I'll still like talk with those people because maybe they have a point, you know, because maybe I'm wrong. And that's what today is about, is just having that same open discussion that we can just be adults about and see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Free speech is not a free pass to offend others. Yeah, exactly. And like I think that if somebody's being a dick, sure, then you can call them out for being a dick. But like, you know, I don't think it's necessarily like, I guess you have like a teacher's classroom, right? And, you know, the teacher should be like, hey, like, you know, Ralph is being a meanie poo or whatever. And it's like, you know what, I would just pull Ralph aside and be like, hey, like, what's going on? You know? Like, let's talk about it. That's what I would do. I wouldn't automatically, you know, like, take Ralph out of the classroom. Like, and my Discord, for the most part, like, of course I don't want you to, you know, not follow Discord TOS. I don't want you to not follow the rules. It's not like I don't have any rules. You know, one of them is don't dox other people. And, you know, somebody had come into my channel threatening other people with, like, doxing, and they got taken care of, you know? And I did warn them, and I also, like... And they never came back. I did... So, you know... It's stuff like that, guys. What do you think? CDDT says, is thick skin good or bad? I miss when it was normal. So... Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the discussion we're having today. Then I'll go ahead and open up the voice call to you guys just to see, you know? Techwear Dark, hi Sophie, how's it going, Techwear Dark? You really said let's talk respectfully? I mean, honestly, it gets pretty crazy in here, Toygan. GC Cake says it depends on how professional you want the server to be. Yeah, exactly, like, for me, I've always considered my community from the beginning as kind of like, you know, a small group of people that, you know, just say whatever they're thinking, you know? I don't really, like, restrict people. I don't really, you know, censor people in the way that if they're not, like, doing anything crazy, like doxing, you know, I'm not gonna have, like, doxing sort of stuff. Sophie, quick question, what's going on, Vito? Let me go ahead and open up the... Let me open up the VC. If you want to join the VC, by the way, just go into the Discord. There is a channel that says requesting VC. But if you want to get in the queue for the VC, then you're going to have to type in !join queue. So if you would like to do that, then you can go ahead and do that. Let me test if it works. It might not even be working. I just enabled it, but let me see. Yeah, it works. Okay. So I'm the first in the queue, Wabazone, because I'm awesome. I'm awesome like that. And if you want to see who is in the queue, you can just type in !status queue. Yeah, so it says there's one in the queue and it'll show the top 5. It doesn't show anything past the top 5. Sorry, thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. And I better put that on the top Yeah, Q is spelled weird. Okay, so let me type in join VC, and then we got join Q, and then status Q. So it's like that. Alright. Unfortunately, I'm shy to speak on the mic. No problem, Vito. What's the Q for? Sorry, it's for coming on and talking about this discussion topic right here. It's like, let's say that you moderate a community. And there's a couple of like toxic people in the community. They're making fun of other members and stuff. They're not very respectful. They're rowdy and stuff like that. Like, what do? Do you just like, do you warn them? Do you kick them? Do you ban them? Do you sit them on the side? And, you know, or do you just say like, hey, like, if you're sensitive to that sort of stuff, then, you know, you don't have to talk with those people. You can just block them. And actually, in my community, I have a no drama channel, which is the default channel. And then I actually have a drama channel, which people can be rowdy and stuff like that. So you don't have to go into the drama channel if you don't want to. But also, you know, maybe some people can't control themselves from going in there. So I'm wondering what you guys think. And it's kind of weird, like, Sophie plays Anna. Yeah, she actually was my main, like, in Season 2. She was actually my main. So I know I haven't played Anna in a very long time, but I'm looking to start again. Because I'm gonna be honest, like, the main thing is that if I'm gonna be doing discussion, then I know it'll be easy to play Anna, you know, and still be able to rank her up. Whereas if I'm playing in God 6 with Kunamitsu, then it's gonna be much harder. Because the players up there are just gonna take more brain power. And I want to be able to, you know, have some good conversations with you guys tonight. I love the drama channel. Well, some people don't. Some people do not. AFK says, if someone being a dick in no drama, you can always ping me and I'll deal with it. Zoom, exactly. AFK can definitely deal with somebody being problematic in the no drama channel. Asori002, can you give me a tip on ranking up to Tekken King? I'm in Bushin. Sure. One of the best things that I tell my students is when you're moving into the gold ranks and stuff like that, it's to have a good plan. So, okay, I'm pretty sure that defensively, I'm gonna be honest, your defense is probably dog shit, okay? I've coached like, what, over 60, 70 players now? I'd need to look. I know it was over 50 quite a while ago. So I'm gonna guess like 60 or 70 people. From all sorts of skill levels, sorry, and a lot of them in your exact rank. And I'd say the number one thing, well, first of all, is to just play the game a lot. Like a lot of people that are playing at that rank, they don't get enough hours into the game. You know, just have fun with the game and stuff like that, and try to be creative. So that's what Tekken is all about. Go into practice mode and like come up with some ideas, right? You want to say, hey, like I think if I play like this, then it's gonna be a good idea. You know, you can kind of link your offense together. Learn about frame traps. I think frame traps are extremely important. For those of you like all you gotta do, like let's just take Anna for example. I'm gonna do 1, 2. See, it says +8. All you gotta do is add 10 to that, and you'll get the. So 8 plus 10 is 18, and that's the exact startup of the move that would trade with a 10-frame jab. And I know that might sound confusing. A lot of people are like, what are you talking about? You're talking about frame data and stuff. I don't deal with that stuff. And it's really not that hard. Just take the frame advantage, add 10, and then try to find a startup move that matches that. And that means if they try to attack after that, then they'll trade. What you can do is add 9 to that, and you'll make sure that you hit them first. Of course, it's a little more. There's some caveats with armor and rage art, but we can get that into that later. Honestly, sorry, if you want to message me, then you definitely can, and I can give you a free consultation. I do free consultations for the first 30 minutes. So that way, you know, there's no risk on your side. If you don't think that I would work out as a coach or something like that, you're more than welcome to, you know, get a free consultation. Alright, so if you guys want to talk about this topic, exclamation mark, join Q. Let me see who's like waiting in the Discord. If anybody. Wow, but so. Alright, I'm in the on stream closed. If you guys want to talk about it, just go to the requesting stream. With punishing and block punishing will take you a long way. Yeah, block punishing, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend block punishing because yes, it's good to block punish stuff. Like if you're a Mishima, you getting 112, that's a big deal. But honestly, work on your offense. Like work on your offense because like try to link things together, stuff like that. Like try to make, cause your offense you can improve that every single game. Your defense, not gonna happen. If you work against block punishing, like let's say for example Anna, if one of my students, you know, works on whenever you block something like down back 3, right? You should launch that every time, and that would really help out. I don't disagree with you. I do not disagree. But how many times are you gonna play Anna against Anna? And how many Annas are gonna do down back 3? So if you don't like meet that exact criteria, then you are not gonna get to practice that. The best thing for you to practice defense is in the lab, is in practice mode. So that's how I view it. That's how I try to get people isolated doing their drills and exercises on defense. You want to do it in practice mode. Even offense, you want to do it in practice mode. Okay, anyways. But I'm sorry. If you want coaching, just message me. Okay? I'm more than willing. Okay, so yeah, I kind of told you guys what's going on. What's actually going on? Okay, we got the CDDT Reborn in the requesting stream. Let me pull him on. And actually, this is like some very, like, calm music for arguing. What? So, you know what? Let's just do this one. I don't know, like, let me see. This makes it sound like not serious. I don't know. I'll do this one. This one's kind of in the middle, right, chat? All right, CDDT, are you ready? Put on Chrono Trigger music? Okay. Actually, I do have some Chrono Trigger music that's like, I think that Nighttime really, really wanted me to play. It sounds pretty cool. Oh damn, I can't. That'd be alright, let's go ahead and get CDDT in here. Let's get some higher BPM. Damn, this is really... Let's just do some like... I don't know. Alright, let's just do this. CDDT, I'm pretty sure he's in the chat, but... Oh, he says he's ready. Okay, alright. Bye-bye, Zoom. Welcome in. And tell me if you guys can hear CDDT. I know, I don't think even I can hear him. Okay, let me see. Gonna turn you up a little bit.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Yeah, I can hear you. Chat, can you hear him?
Is it working?
Working for me now. Okay, Beanson said he can hear you and stuff like that. Alright, so, yeah, so what's going on? You know what, I'm just gonna be specific. You know, fuck it, I wanna drop names and stuff. There's a couple of people in my Discord. Like, that came from Guilty server. There's, like, Dilly, Master, Splenzone, Seraphine. And they're kind of, like, abrasive sort of people. Like, they will talk shit to you. They will not be nice. And there's this person, Amy, who might, and these are allegations. I'm not sure what Amy has actually done. I don't really know. But apparently Amy has like doxed someone before, and I don't know that. So Amy, I'm actually a little concerned about maybe, but like for people that are not breaking the law or not breaking the rules in my server, for me, I don't think there's really much of a problem with it. I don't know what you think yet, Reborn, but like how should you, like, if there's a group of people that are being like very, I don't know how to put it, like unhinged, should you like deal with those people? Like what sort of consequences should they have and stuff like that? Or how should you moderate a community?
I mean, you said that you got the two different chats. Are they doing this in the general chat, or are they doing it in the respective drama chat? Or are they just going ham across the Discord,
They
attacking
are,
everybody and
yeah,
just being out of pocket?
they're actually staying in the drama chat.
Okay, so they're in the drama chat, and then the other people that are in the drama chat are saying it's too much drama for them to handle. I'm guessing. Essentially, it's too sharp
Pretty
that these
much.
people are.
Yeah, these
are
people
being.
are, you know, being mean to those people. They're like, okay, I'll put out one thing is, there's some really helpful people. There's this person named Video Maker, and I don't know whether it's a he or a she or whatever, but Video Maker makes some really cool clips, and that helps out, you know, me and the community. And some of these people are like saying that, you know, Video Maker is like, I don't know what they exactly said, like that they're not really helping out and stuff like that, and so that would de-incentivize Video Maker from making videos and stuff like that. And then there's another person like Samusko, who is like, he's trying to focus on, you know, doing a Japanese test and stuff like that, and he just, like, he's saying he doesn't have enough self-control not to look at the drama chat and stuff like that. So like, to me, I don't know. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I think not having enough self-control to not look at the drama chat, I used to think like that was wild, right? That was crazy. But more and more, I see people that just cannot. They just, I don't know if it's a choice or just the way society is right now, that everybody has to look at everything, right? Like they like even on like Twitter and stuff. Like be like, people post some stuff, you can mute it, you can ignore it, you can go by it, but people don't. It's like in their heads they have to look and see what's going on, like FOMO or something like that. But if you know you like that, it's kind of like, hey, you just gotta stay away from it. But I think for the people in your community, like these people are essentially outsiders, right? Or they're visitors, they're guests at this point because they haven't really been here that long, right? They
Yeah.
just came in from
No, I mean, some of them.
the other Discord.
Samusko's been with me for a long time, and these new people coming in, especially some other people, like some of my core community members, they just really don't like these people. And I'm like, I want, you know, on one side I want free speech, and I don't want to like really censor people's thoughts very much. And then on the other hand, like, I have people that, you know, just really just don't get along with these people, you know? And then I'm trying to appease both sides, but maybe that's impossible, or what do you think?
I mean, I don't think you're gonna be able to please both sides of it, but I think like being toxic and being accepted as toxic, it takes a balance, right? Like, but ultimately what most communities should be doing, or what I would suggest they do, is like when you got a toxic person, banning them fuels the fire, right? It's just like, oh, look, see, whatever. But you can just ignore them. Like y'all gotta get together and just be like, if he posts something crazy, just there's no responses. Like if someone's trying to get attention and they just can't get it, they're either gonna stop or they'll adjust. But every time you feed into it, like you just gave them more power, right? Because they're like, oh, I got to you. But
Yeah.
just let them cry at the wall. You know what I mean? If they're really being that wild, and they'll either disappear or they'll adjust and realize like, oh, okay, I can't do anything. Now that does take some self-control. That does take like a concerted effort. But I see when you're trying to have like a free speech environment, it hinges on the community trying to figure out how they want to empower speech, right?
Yeah.
Like if someone says something about me that I don't respect, I have no there's no reason I should even care about it, right? I
Yeah,
should
exactly.
well, who do I like who is this person, right? Um especially when it's not affecting like your livelihood. Like you're in a different position because you're a streamer, and who's in your groups and everything else and your chats all kind of affect what you do. But for the rest of the people, we're not bound by that same thing, right?
Yeah.
Um if someone is worried about their confidence like on the clips and whatever he's doing, then they should seek affirmation from the people they're actually helping, not some random person from the outside saying, "Oh, you're done with your videos." Like, who cares? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
if my people like it, that's what's important, right? And so you can allow these people to be wild, and then also confirm that these people are the people that are in your community are still good. Like, be like, hey, you know what I mean? Don't pay them no mind because they might end up being cool people. I don't know how many times
Oh, a
I've
lot
dealt
of
with
them
people
are.
that are like toxic and
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, like Video
Well, yeah,
Maker
but
is
sometimes
saying in the
like
chat, like
they'll
Video
come
Maker
around and
is
you'll be
one
like,
of
oh
those
shit.
people, right? Like she's really cool, or I don't know. Video Maker's like an unknown entity, but yeah, I would love Video Maker to be in my community. But the thing is that those people drive them away. Like, are those people like what kind of advice? Like Video Maker saying that in the chat, Reborn. Like so Video Maker saying Dilly had a conversation with her in the No Drama channel that was a bit too much, I guess. And I don't mean to make it sound like, oh my god, a bit too much, like you're being super sensitive, but that kind of is what's like. It's like I don't know how to explain it, but okay. So
Well, I mean, if you
yeah.
got the no drama and if the person is gonna like step over them bounds, like I'm in the modding community, right? So we'll be in the modding community, and we'll have a channel for a certain thing, right? And then sometimes people will derail and start going on some like game lore
Yeah.
and some other shit. But the purpose of that particular channel is to understand how characters are working in the modding environment. And so sometimes you just got to be like, hey man, this ain't the place. Move it over here. You know what I mean? And I don't know if it's possible, but I think I've seen it where like mods can just move it over. Like, boop, I just moved that comment over to the no drama checker. You know what I mean? So it stays where it's supposed to be. Now, if that happens too often, then that's just like you said, that's a rule break. Like, this is not a free speech issue. This is just you broke the rule.
Yeah.
Timeout, ban, whatever you want to do.
Exactly.
So you come back and do it, right? Because that's not fair, right? If someone is going into the peaceful zone and someone's coming in wild, like that's a direct violation. That's more of like an attack. You know what I mean? Now, if they can't control themselves, then the same thing I feel about like if you can't go into the no drama channel, right? The people that are going like, well, this is just how I am. I'll be like, well, you're gonna have to fix it in this arena, right? Not saying you gotta go, but you can't do that here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so okay, let me ask, because Video Maker is actually one of the people that, you know, that I'm talking about, that, you know, I'm concerned about, you know? So, I just want to, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Reborn, but I want to ask Video Maker, it's like, okay, so you had a conversation with Dilly. I wish Video Maker could come on the mic. I'm not sure if you'd want to or not. But, so Dilly, like, was talking shit to you in the no drama, and what did he exactly say that either pissed you off or broke the rules? Because to my knowledge, I don't think that he broke any rules, did he? Okay, they also kept talking about me, which Sophie also saw. Okay, let me see what you're talking about. And we got Bagul requesting stream. I'll get you next, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, you have, and my stance, Reborn, has been that to protect free speech. It's always been like, okay, you know, there's people that might get a little bit hurt by some of the things that people say, but it's worth it in the end. I don't know, you know that saying, it's like, I don't agree with what you say, but, you know, I'll fight for your right to say it. That sort of thing. I guess that's how I feel. It's like, I don't agree with all these people, what they say necessarily, but, like, one of the appealing things about that I'd like in a community is that people can count on me to protect free speech. So I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I was thinking about that. I know you talk about free speech a lot, and I think you get some of your biggest flack on the free speech. Um, I think people need to or would probably benefit from understanding, like, where are the limits on free speech. Like, is it speech of opinions that we want to make sure it's open so people have opinions? Because if someone is just straight harassing somebody or whatever, that's not really a free speech issue in that regard, right? If they're pointedly attacking them, right? That's like an attack. Because even in free speech, anything that would be like a threat or something of that nature, now that's the legal stuff, you know what I mean? We don't need to go that far. But just for good order and standards, you know what I mean? Like, at what point are you willing to say this is not a free speech issue? This is just a rules issue, you know what I mean? So that way people can have that boundary where it's like, your opinions are good, all that stuff is good, but if you're attacking someone and they're like, hey, don't do that or whatnot, and you could see like, hey, you need to prove that what you're trying to say is of relevance, kind of like in a court, you know what I mean, where they're like, the judge is like, hey, what relevance does this have to the message? Because it just sounds like you're just talking nonsense or trying to get at somebody. And if it's not something that can be pointed, you're like, all right, cool, that's not along the lines here, especially not in the no drama section.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And it's a weird stance. It's just a weird stance for me to take because I don't want to have to, like, choose anybody over anybody else, like, especially, like, just for the fact, because, like, if you choose somebody for a certain criteria, like, that's even worse, because then they start saying, like, for example, I like that Video Maker makes videos, so if I take Video Maker's side, then they're gonna be like, oh, you only like people that, like, make videos or, whatever, like, whatever they do for the community, like, host tournaments or whatever, like, come to the stream, like, now I gotta send 12 messages on the stream to be, like, favored by Sophie. I don't want any of that bullshit, so I just say, like, listen, like, I want everybody to get along, but, like, and so I just do it by a case-by-case basis. It's like, is the behavior reprehensible enough to require a ban, to require some sort of action to be taken, maybe a warning or something like that, and, yeah, like, maybe sometimes it does, and I have taken consequences for people. For example, there was one person that was doxing another person, saying they were gonna dox and stuff like that, so literally she had left the channel, and then I had a talk with everybody in the drama channel to make sure that everybody, they know that there's gonna be drama here. And we all discussed whether that person should be allowed in the community or not, and they just, like, left, But I want it to be... I don't know. I don't want it to be where it's, like... Because, like, in other communities I've been in, like, they literally, like, have, like, made up rules to get me banned and stuff. That's not the kind of community that I want. I don't want some echo chamber where it's like, oh, everybody has to praise the one person that made the Discord community or whatever. I think that's kind of bullshit, so... I don't know. But, yeah.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, because I've seen the examples where people made those rules against you, which was wild to me, because I was like, how do you... Those rules were insane. I was like, that's what... I mean, it's their community. They could do whatever they want to in their community. I mean, same as you, right?
Yeah.
But I guess the message would be out, like, is this... Because I think people are still looking for safe spaces, which I think are starting to kind of disappear these days, where, like, everyone's feelings and whatever are starting to move away from being, like, the general focus, just in the world right now. And I think some people you still want that, right? They still want a place to go where they're like, I could just be me, and I don't have to worry about someone attacking me. But yeah, which is fine. But you're right. It doesn't really fit with, like, the free speech type of situation, and it will create an echo chamber, which ultimately, in my opinion, is probably the worst thing, right? So
Yeah.
let's say Video Maker's videos are actually ass. I haven't looked at them. I haven't seen them, so I don't know what they look like. If you get rid of all the people that are talking shit on it, right? And maybe they're valid. I don't know because I haven't seen it, and I don't want to say yes or no either way. But if they were valid, and you get rid of the person who commented these things, now video makers are going to keep making ass shit for the rest of his life or
That's
his or her
so
life, right?
exactly. Yeah, it's
Which is also not a
yeah.
good situation, right?
Yeah, because you want people that can stand up to your beliefs, right?
Yeah. Because you in a small environment, you at least get to practice it because it's going to happen in the real world too. Like not everyone's
Yeah.
going to agree with you, whether it's a job, whether it's just whatever. You know what I mean? The thing is, though, as the community, is like, hey, do you want to support? Like maybe you guys can work. People work together to say, all right, look, this guy's just talking out of his ass. Like, don't worry about him for whatever reason. Or they might say, I mean, he got a point on this section. You know what I mean? Like that part. Like, what
Yeah.
are we doing? How is that actually helping? And that can benefit. And then video could just be like, look, I don't care about anybody's opinion, and this is what I do. How I do it, right? So
Yeah.
if they want to make their amazing videos, or if they want to make their ass videos, like that's just what they want to do. But they get to stay that, right? They say, look, say what you want, Dilly, or whoever else is talking. I'm gonna keep doing me. So you're just talking to a wall in that regard. But having an open community allows people to do that and make that decision. But I do know that people don't necessarily like confrontation.
Yeah.
And what you're essentially saying is like, I'm not gonna shield you from confrontation.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Just from attack. If someone's actually attacking, you know, the rules fall into place. But if it's just they're getting on your nerves, that's where you can lean on your fellow community, be like, hey, you know what I mean? Because you can either the community can run somebody else out if they want to.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't advise that, but I mean, it happens, and it's the majority rule, right? They can just be like, dude, get out.
Yeah, if
You know what I mean?
nobody likes one
and you don't have
asshole
to-
in the
you don't have to do
community, then everybody, on average, if the community's like good, then they can run the bad people out, right?
Yeah, I mean that's how I see it. Like, let the community do what the community does. But I think a lot of people rely on like the starter like you have to bear all that weight on your head, or we have to set up a moderator to do it. But you've already run into issues where moderators get too personal with their situation.
Absolutely.
So it's a hard situation to manage like a group of people, especially when the ability to say whatever you want to is so easy.
Yeah.
But I would like to hear from the people who are like offended. You know what I mean? And I don't have any problem jumping off the mic so I can listen to hear what the people that are offended, what their point of view is. Because I have my own point of view. I have what I've seen. But I mean, just like I'm saying, like it's good to hear other stuff. I would love to hear the meat of the actual like issue, because there might be some relevance there. You know what I mean? Or some learning lessons
some
on
more
both sides. I don't know.
context, Yeah. Yeah. So I mean,
So
I
like,
could
if anyone
bring
who's close to
Ghost
it
in.
or whatever.
Like but I'll give Ghost his amount of time as well. Yeah, and we can get Reborn in. I know people love Reborn getting on the stream and stuff like that, so we'll have him back on. But yeah, was there anything else that you had to add? It was really nice talking with you.
Oh no, that's good. Yeah, I appreciate it. And yeah, I'll jump back on later, if that's cool. But yeah, I really want to hear what the rest of the community has to say. So yeah, go ahead and mute me.
Yeah, definitely. Also, this is the guy that made the potato mod, guys, for Tekken. Like, so many people have, like, got some good use out of that. I was actually gonna download that because I have a really shitty laptop, and I didn't realize that this is literally the guy. So that is so cool. I don't know. I just think that's really, like, small world sort of shit. Okay, but I'm gonna go ahead and get Bagul in here, see his opinions. Yeah, and I'll mute Reborn Wabazone. Maybe it's best to just put him back. Maybe it's best to just put him back in requesting straight. Probably. Alright, let's do that. Bagul. It's about to get spooky in here. How's it going?
How you doing, girl? Can you
I'm
hear
pretty
me?
good, yeah. I can. Glad you're back on the mic. I really
Excellent.
enjoyed you last time. Even if we had our disagreements, I love talking with you.
No worries at all. Once I get my PC set up, we can actually circle back on that one part. But outside that, it was good times.
Yeah,
So, no
definitely.
issues. Now, on the matter of community, I know this is talking about moderation, but as I mentioned within the chat, there's actually a few lenses to look at this from. Now, when it comes to the moderation of the community, it depends on the intention of the community, right? Is it in a growth state, or is it in a sustainability state, a maintenance state, if you will? I feel that's important when it comes to like the rule talk, because you're right. Well, actually, CDT said this. He says that most people can't really like look away from a car crash, essentially, right? So when you have a drama channel, people are, even when they just join the Discord, right? They're probably going to look at the drama channel because the drama channel exists. Does that seem fair?
Yeah, I was thinking about make it opt-in, but like honestly, some people bring in some good points. Like a lot of the major talking is happening in the drama channel. So if I do want activity,
I agree.
I can count on normal members to talk, but I mean they're not even actually talking in the no drama necessarily. And so yeah, I can make it opt-in, but if you which do you think is worse, like people joining the community and saying like a dead server where no one's like talking, or saying an active server but people being maybe a little bit rowdy?
It's a great question. That's one of those kind of like, you got to weigh which one that you, as, the community leader or server owner, need to consider. My thing is about the lensing aspect, right? So let's say that, a sensible, not sensible, maybe a sensitive person could also be sensible as well. Their first point of lens, because you're right, it is the most active channel in the Discord, at least that I noticed. Shit, I barely ever interacted with the server, but lo and behold, now I'm interacting almost exclusively within the drama channel. So
Yeah.
I can see what you're saying. So it comes to that point, because that could become a point of deflection, right? For anybody who wants to stick around, if they see, certain things, popping off in there. Not to say necessarily what was happening with Videomaker was anything like that. Also, not to say anything that was happening with Videomaker wasn't like that. I would much rather them speak on that issue, even though I did definitely watch a fair bit of that drama pop off.
Did you? So what do you think about it?
Yeah, if it's it kind of felt like, Videomaker, and I don't want to put words in people's mouth, but just, to give like the most non-AI summary humanly imaginable, Videomaker was taking some time off. I saw a little bit of flack going about like the lack of, output is the best way to put it. And then, things kind of cascaded from there as, more people inevitably piled on to the situation. And Videomaker, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that basically how this all started off?
Yeah, maybe Videomaker and, I mean, Epic Empire had made a threat saying like, or a handful of people chasing off the community, and you're like defending them under the guise of free speech or something like that. And it's like,
so
yeah.
Okay. Now that's one of those lensing things, right? It's perception. I get why you want to do it, why you do have the drama channel, and I think the question, or rather the discussion point of like this VC today is a pretty great one to have, because it's a conversation that I think a lot more communities than just your own should be having, because this impacts the growth of the community just as well, and this can lead to community stagnation in certain situations, depending on the toxicity taking place. For example, I don't see the drama channel always at infinitum just being a problem. I don't see that. But, if you just come in at a certain point, you are running the gamut that, like, when you're streaming, you get new people coming in and they see the drama channel as their, like, first point of, like, community indication. They might, flight or flight.
The no drama is the default channel. Just saying.
Oh, well, you know what I meant.
Yeah. Yeah.
True. Yeah, that's, what I meant though. It's like, it's the most actively observed. I feel like, at least if we go off of what Valindian was saying, just not Valindian, Jesus, I just saw him request joining queue, but what CDT was saying about, it's like a car crash, right? You'll bend your neck just to look at it, and people like drama. Otherwise, rage bait and all this stuff when it comes to engagement just wouldn't work at all. But there's a certain level of what people constitute as drama, and what they just see is just pure outright malice, incitements to violence,
Yeah.
derogatory language, this type of
So
stuff.
at what
Like
point
there's
is
there's
it
perhaps
like,
maybe a line that's necessarily needed there.
yeah? Where do you draw the line, like on people that should be moderated or not moderated? Like, yeah, exactly.
Hmm. So, if you want to think of it from like maybe a strict like a meritocratic way, what is the person who is like invoking like maybe the most problematic behavior like doing for the community otherwise? Are they a net negative, or do they contribute positive in other spaces? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it maybe because you say you do it on a case by case basis, right? And maybe that's just the way you do want to do this, right? And if that's true, then maybe the thing should be is like you have a weighing system in terms of like the person is doing something and so on and so forth. Is the malice that they're putting out there giving you a positive? In most cases, you're going to realize no, they never are. They're never giving you a positive that's great enough that's going to be justifying the malice that they're dishing out. So it is more an exercise than an actual system, but it's a system of reminder. It doesn't have to necessarily be moralistic so much as it is just like, what good is this doing? Is it serving a greater good, or is it serving a strict net negative?
Yeah. So then it's more about benefits to the community, is what you're saying.
Benefit and comfortability to the community, and also whatever the community goal is at the time, right? Is it in a maintenance mode? Are you happy with the size of the community and it's more about just like culling and curating it to a point where everybody's comfortable with one another, aka just a natural attrition just taking place because of community push out? Or are you in a growth state?
Yeah.
In which
Does it
case,
really
then
matter
rules are going to
the
be
state?
pretty important because you want to bring in. I mean, yeah. I mean, unless you want to always be in a growth state, right? Then in which case you're going to probably want rules.
Okay.
People like structures. People like order. When there's a little bit of chaos, that there's a lack of expectation. There's certain people that are anxious. There are people that are far more sensitive than others. There are people that are more morally bound than others. So it's more about, taking into consideration all these people that do have like, be it black and white, regardless of like whether it be moralistically or just comfortability. Most people won't really sit in the gray where they don't know what they're going to get. So I would say yes, it depends on what your current goals are with the community. Like that can always change, right? If you're in a maintenance state, you can always go into a growth state later. But if you're in a growth state perpetually and you just want to continue growing, then I think it's certainly merit to consider maybe sub rules for stuff like this, or at least, a little bit of a point of intervention. But I think that's what this discussion is about, right? Is determining a point of intervention, correct?
Yeah, exactly. I guess, like, I mean, if you're saying to have, like, sub goals or something, is that what you said? Because, like, I could, like, sure, yeah, for some members and stuff, if they're really members, then, maybe they would be a sub. And, I could say, like, sub-only chat. That way they don't have to deal with the... I mean, but the chats are already separated, right? Like, so it's like... It's really that these people... Like, should I allow a handful of people that are problematic, supposedly, and I'm not saying they're problematic or not, they're just... I'm taking the opinion of,
Sure, yeah,
like,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, do I just take their side in the name of free speech?
So I think this is what CDT was saying before. And again, I don't mind him being on mute at all. I am always a fan of group dialogue. I feel like it leads to, the most like sound things, especially when it comes to like a community specific discussion.
Yeah.
But I don't want to misquote him here, but I feel like he was trying to infer or imply that, people are just going to check out the drama channel because it is the drama channel, right?
Yeah.
And depending on what they see there every time they do click in, which you cannot predict when they do click in, it's probably going to shape their perception of said channel unless they steadily hover over it, in which case they'll see that it is kind of variable.
Daisuke, see, I need somebody, like, okay, so I guess what you're saying is, like it's not that bad, you know, but there's people in the chat. If you guys want to get in the mic, you know, give me some pushback, give me the hardball questions and stuff like that, then get in here. You know what I'm saying? Like, because, like, okay, so Daisuke is saying doxing isn't free speech. Yeah, that's why it's against the rules in my server, Daisuke. If someone's actually doxing other members of the server,
okay.
I don't want them to do that. You know, it's also against the law too, which is like, you know, now if somebody is saying, hey, I'm gonna dox you because, you know, I'm a super hacker person, like, you know, that has a little bit of a different, like, tone to it, right? Like, I realize it could be an emergency. Like, it could be, very well. Like, maybe there's a super hacker that can, you know, break into everybody's PC and go straight to their house and stuff. But, like, you know, I take that, honestly, as an idle threat, right? Because people say they're gonna dox me, like, all the time.
Yeah.
And I get that, like, and maybe some people can and stuff. But I'm not gonna... I'm not saying that, you know... Like, number one, it's not okay. Like, I don't want that in my server. That's why it's a rule. But I think that people shouldn't, like... I think people should have a higher standard of evidence. I mean, maybe with that person in my community in general, like, that person, if like, she actually is
3,000% agree.
Yeah. So, if that's going on...
Higher standard of evidence is imperative. Because Valendian said something that I agree 100% with. They said, if anyone is doing anything illegal, it should be bannable, but proof needs to be provided. Now, there's this thing called Occam's razor, right, which is often used in the debate space, but that comes from what was inherently part of court of law, which is the law of parsimony, which, you know, is something we all should be familiar with at this point, is that, you know, the burden of proof falls upon the accuser, correct?
Yeah.
That's the law of parsimony. In this case, what we're talking about here, doxing, that is illegal as shit. That is corrosive. That is malice. That is toxic. That is beyond problematic. That is exceedingly fucked up, right? I feel that is where the law of parsimony needs to take place, because making even the suggestion somebody had done that needs to be vetted first before, you know, we fan the flames of cancellation onto a person who may have not even done that thing. So that's where I feel like the law of parsimony has equal applicability outside of, like, the space of debate where it's otherwise referred to as like Occam's razor.
Yeah, exactly. Does anybody... Okay, I wish that, you know, the person... I don't know if you've seen that thread. There's a couple of people that have had problems with this sort of stuff. Like, they want me to take more moderation. They want me to do that. And my answer has always been kind of the same stuff that, you know, people have said to me today, which is like, you know, you can block the people, you can, you know, go not look at the no drama, the drama channel, you know. They just want me to be responsible. They want me to take, what's it called, action against the people that they want me to side with them. And it's like, you know, I can side with you, but number one, like, if I think you're wrong, I'm just gonna flat out tell you that I think you're wrong. That's number one. Now, even if I do think that you're right, like, if I'm like I don't think it's my responsibility to shield people's egos, you know? If you're in this community, you better watch out, because, you know, there's some people that have some controversial takes in here. Like, and...
So maybe there's something about that, too, as well. So you kind of sound like you just kind of mentioned in mission statement of the group, right? Or at least the community, right? So maybe a disclaimer would be appropriate. And that can help, like, soften, like, the impact of, like, the drama channel, or kind of, like, firm their footings in their expectations of what they will see in the drama channel, which will avoid this stuff at, like, the more, you know, residual level, like, you know, just point of inception, attrition, or, you know, retention at that point. But I know we're talking about far more dire things at this point besides, you know, just like medial moderation and things of that sort.
Yeah.
And I feel like Yeah, they probably what they want to see is, again, kind of like circling back to the conversation we had previously, right? When I talk about, these moral foundations and how they can be used as reference points when it comes to these things specifically. Because, like, at this point in this space, in this example, you could always just refer back to, the things that are your laurels. And it's like, of course, I don't stand with that shit, blah, blah, so on and so forth. And now I do see you do have community rules within the Discord. Like, they do exist, they are there. I think what they want to see, or at least these people that are making that request, is they want to see the actions that kind of like coincide with them, right? But I think the other thing that you are saying is, and I'm not trying to create an excuse for you before you actually like garnish a response, or garnish, relish.
That was delicious.
But what I was saying,
Yeah.
right? It's more about, people want to feel like they're protected in a sense, like, and protected may not be the best word. Maybe I should use the term safe. Protected would suggest a degree of like plot armor, or like, yeah, but they want to feel safe, right? And that's what I'm talking about, like the whole gray space of like, yeah, free speech is great and all, and I definitely see what you're trying to do here, but I feel like just to provide you like the devil's advocate space,
Yeah.
in terms of how I word this going forward, it's just some people are going to see it as you just being a little bit too fair weather for their moralistic standpoints.
Yeah, too forgiving.
And in such case, they probably may, yes, or perhaps maybe paralyzed by the concept of a moral decision. And I don't think that is something you want as a lensing there at all, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say paralyzed by a moral decision. I just don't, I just don't think that people should be policed all the time, yeah.
I get it. Like I said, I was going to frame this in a pretty devil's advocate way. It's just like, I like looking through multiple lenses, even if they're not ones I share specifically. It just helps me understand a situation from multiple vantage points. And some of those vantage points can be fairly illuminating and ultimately influence the way I think about the situation as a whole. I think that's a healthy way of looking at things. But yeah, that's just my guess. I would actually love to hear from some of the people who are ultimately in this thread you're talking about, which I'm not
you know what I'm
familiar
gonna do actually? So people have given me, I never release DMs or anything like that, so you don't have to worry about that. But I will, like, some people had quoted some things, so maybe I'm gonna bring those up. They say that there's definite examples of people being like terrible people that deserve, like, some sort of consequence and stuff like that. And I think that those people think I'm not taking enough action, so let me try to address that. Let me see.
Okay.
Alright, after I get done. So, Wapazum. I have gotten some crazy DMs from people before. I'm not saying like they're like long hate messages that are like fucking like 12 pages long. It's insane. But and I'm always I'm always thinking like sometimes they have substance, but there really is a lot of times where I'm like, how does this person see this? Because I don't fucking see it, And
And that's the thing again, right? You only know when you like tap in or tune into the channel, right? And that like kind of determines your lensing of it, right? It's like, things look good here. Things look good here. Like, I can tell you, before we like had our communication, like I definitely had looked at like the drama channel. I was like, sweet motherfuck, man. No, I'm good on this. And then eventually, like, my click through onto the channel, I just started seeing a lot more like, casual, benign conversation that, wasn't heated in a lot of ways that just seemed easily avoidable. And then I chose to engage at that point, and I wasn't met with much pushback, if at all. A little ghost on ghost violence, but that's fine. I think it was all in good fun either way. But yeah, it's again, I think it's like testing the waters before you dive in type of thing. Like, I think these are all very fair lenses to like look at a situation from. But if these people aren't willing to come in and like discuss the stuff that they're willing to send messages to you about, then I think quoting it without like listing names seems tremendously fair, as that's non-identifying but still addresses the issues that you probably want to talk about.
Exactly. Okay, so here's one of them. Okay, so they're talking about Amy specifically in the Discord, and Amy had said supposedly that Amy nearly doxed Samusko because Samusko timed Amy out. That supposedly that's what happened. So what do you think about that situation?
I was active in the chat, that channel specifically during that time. I didn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, but I was like, well, that's definitely a crazy response to being timed out. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Exactly,
it's a very crazy response to being timed out. And I'm not inferring mental well-being or anything like that. I said the response itself is crazy. I'm not calling Amy crazy. That's not something I'll ever do based on one person's singular action.
But Skiz Francis dropped like 8 million subs. I have no idea what he's doing. Skiz Francis is off his rocker all the time. He comes down from the mountain and rains gold coins over the stream. I don't know what is going on, but Skiz Francis just gifted 50 subs to the community. Holy shit, that's like $300, guys. Wow, by so if it's $6 a sub, so thank you so much. Damn, that is honestly, I don't know what to say. Especially Skiz, I'm gonna be honest, like this long, like he's been doing this shit randomly for like fucking a bazillion years. Like it's been a while, and I always like don't know when he's gonna do it.
He hit.
Yeah, and so it's like absolutely crazy.
He hit me with my Ghost Input account the last time.
Oh really? About myself.
I was like, yeah, like when I was like, damn, I wish I kind of kept my Bagul account still in the Twitch, but I didn't want like the doubling up voice thing to happen.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Damn, I could have gotten the subs on both accounts.
Guys, can we please get some salutes, some Sophie salutes in the chat?
Round of applause,
man.
Round of applause
for Skiz, because he's probably one of the biggest supporters of this stream. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And let me see what the chat is saying. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I totally agree with a lot of the stuff that Ghost Input is saying. And it's like, yeah, let me play devil's advocate for myself. So that's what happened. Now, I agree that doxing somebody for being timed out, that is like, that's too much, right? But the way that I see it is Amy didn't actually dox Samusko, right? This is like one of those situations where it's like...
Correct.
Yeah, and so, like, if there is actual, like, proof and evidence, like, if Amy actually did, like, or aimbot or whatever, I'm assuming it's Amy, right? But like, if she did, then yeah, like, there's gonna be consequences, obviously. It's against the rules. But until, like, it turns into that, until, like, and I guess it's kind of the catch-22, right? Like, you don't want it to happen, so, like, how soon should I ban Amy? Right? Or like that's the whole slippery slope sort of thing, right? Like for example, I'm not gonna say Ghost Input. Let's just say some random person believes something that you guys think is unsavory, like some political opinion or something. I don't know what it would be, right? And then like people jump to conclusions all the time. They say, well, if they believe in this opinion, then they gotta believe in this opinion, and that starts this like slippery slope. That it's like, Sophie, gotta ban this person because they're an Ana player. And I'm like, well, we don't really know what their intentions are. And I'm not gonna do this guilty before proven or it's innocent before proven guilty. So I don't really want to go down that path. You know what I'm saying? Because I am a person who has like, fell to that sort of stuff. I am always guilty before, proven innocent or whatever. So, yeah, that kind of, so it really, like, pains me when people want me to judge people either without enough evidence, or the other thing is, like, just judge me on something they did in their past, right? Like, hey, did you know this person was a bad person in another Discord? And I'm like, okay, like, one, you can send me the evidence, which, like, many times people don't, and then two, even if they do, like, if I disagree with that evidence, I'm still not gonna ban them. You know what I'm saying? And even so, like, some people, like, if it's very reprehensible, like, if there's, like, somebody that that murders Discord people, like obviously I'm gonna be like, okay, like maybe we shouldn't have him in server, right? But for somebody like, say somebody like they had done something that might need a little bit of forgiveness in another Discord, right? Like maybe somebody was kind of a dick, and they were like, I called the moderator a bad name, and yeah, I was kind of a dick, but I'd like another start. That person I think would be allowed in my community, as much as other people might hate that person or even hate me for saying that that's okay. But maybe that's one of my flaws, is that I do tend to forgive people fairly easily. So I don't know. What do you think?
And that's because of how close you've been to controversy yourself, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You have this degree of empathy, which, people should probably acknowledge as empathy. It's because you've been in that situation. So that specific lens is one that's, you can emotionally relate to. So it's the easiest one for you to like look from. And so again, law of parsimony here. People want you to judge, which means to be judicious, which for me, in my opinion, would require, evidence, almost to an irrefutable extent. Like, unless, you're going to run like little courts in like your Discord. But
exactly.
in order for me to make a decision, I'm going to have to be judicious.
Yeah. You would be one of the judges, maybe. I don't know. Okay, might get in trouble for saying that. Okay.
Hey.
So I'm actually gonna pull up. Let me see some of the quotes that Let me actually see some of the quotes.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was one of them, that Amy had said that, and once Amy does step over the line and actually is doxing people, then that's not acceptable.
Yeah, but that's an entirely different thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, I get it. Like, somebody's scared because it was an aired threat. It was suggested as it was a possibility, and by effect, with Amy saying that, she's suggesting that she does have said capabilities. But again, there is no proof that she does or doesn't. What I think is probably the air of uncertainty that leaves them concerned, right? Because they're like, anything's possible. But the reality is they didn't do it, right? Would it have been a crazy response if they did do it? Sure, but they didn't. But they just only mentioned it in hindsight after the fact. And who knows if that was even actually true. And it was just maybe an exaggeration to just describe how upset she was.
Yeah, like, it's like people in other people's servers that talk shit about Tekken, and they're like, I'm gonna do XYZ, and they're like, it could be reprehensible stuff. Like, oh my god, I'm gonna punch you in the face, I'm gonna go to your house and punch you to the face. Say that to my face, right? And it's like, should I ban that sort of behavior?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. Like, I'm sorry. Like, they might be saying that sort of stuff, but like, let's have some thick skin. Like, honestly, as a streamer, I face people calling me all sorts of things in chat all day. They can ruin my mood with just a single person in the chat. And I don't even ban those people. Like, I actually deal with those people on a constant basis. Like, they call me racist it used to be every day that I was streaming for a little bit. And then now it's like calmed down to maybe, once every 2 weeks, which I'm really grateful for. But like, if I had let that affect me and just say, I'm gonna quit streaming, or I'm just gonna go, then, I don't think that would help me grow as a person, right? Because now I feel like it's actually made me a better person, being able to talk about controversy and, hold my opinion strongly and stuff like that. Like today, like I was just like that person that was like, hey, I want to talk to you about this. I was like, well, let's just do it on stream. Like, I don't know what you're going to say, but I know that I'm confident in being able to talk about it live, So that's the points I've gotten to, is like, I don't care. Like, people can just say whatever the fuck they want on my stream. And, whether it bothers me or not or whatever, that's totally fine. But, so Fizzlot, thank you guys.
That might be one of the, disconnects with... Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good, sorry.
That might be one of the disconnects with some of the people that, are in that thread or in your DMs, is that, you've ascertained this thick skin. You've ascertained this disposition in terms of how you want to look at criticisms, or, straight up just like vitriol, right? In terms of how you want it to impact, well, not want, but in terms of how you let it impact you, right?
Yeah.
So these people, they probably may have never incurred, nothing like that in their lives at all by any stretch. So, like, whatever they're experiencing possibly in your Discord might be the greatest extent of any type of malice they've ever received ever, right? So it's these possibilities that can always pop up, and that's what makes, community moderation so exceedingly difficult for just one person, right? That's why a moderation team, usually of, multiple minds, but, unified under like a very simple moral foundation, or at least principle foundation. We don't have to say it's moral, but it's principle to the community, right? The overarching community on the back end. That tends to help the most because you have a lot of people looking at the same situation from multiple lenses, and usually the moderation teams usually have like a round table or something of the sort before any like decisive decision making takes place. And I feel like, I don't know how your community is currently structured from a moderation standpoint. It doesn't seem, I don't want to make any assumptions either, but I fear that maybe these people don't think that there is moderation. And maybe if there is moderation, it's not taking place with your consent involved. I have seen that complaint aired before, but I don't think it's substantiated, or I don't have any information to suggest it is substantiated by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, basically, like, if people message me and there's actually a problem going on, then I will deal with the problem. I'm at one and done with this guy because, just because, for any other reason other than I gotta set up my stream. So, people always read into the one and done guys.
Also, cuz Claudio.
Yeah, I just don't care about the one and done guys, come on. So, I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna...
Don't tell me how to spend my time. It's like, I don't owe you shit.
Exactly, like, if I one and done somebody, there's always someone in the chat like, oh, Sophie one and done, And it's like, guys, who cares? I need to fix my stream.
It's grandstanding. It's grandstanding from a backseat position, man.
Yeah,
like,
what do I always
I swear
hear?
to God, man, when Tekken 8 first came
out. What
out.
does that mean?
It's basically it's performative dog shit, essentially, right? Like you're
Okay.
moralistically attaching some shit, and it's oftentimes you're going to, like, at the very least get posted up on a Facebook post. Tekken 8 Facebook. Gotta love that dog shit.
That Paizo.
You're gonna get, yeah. So, like, I agree with what you're saying, because back in the day when I was playing ranked in season 1 of Tekken, like, I was usually on like my 15 or 30 minute breaks because I worked from home and shit like that. And best believe, man, I'm not gonna like risk my job
Exactly.
by finishing like an FT. You're fucking crazy. And then I come back from work, and then I see like my PlayStation DMs just blowing up by this, like, whoever I had one and done, and then maybe I'm screen capped and I'm on like Tekken 8 Facebook, and it's just like,
Exactly,
wow, dude.
Paizo.
Okay, dude, chill out.
Yeah. It's not that big a deal, guys. I don't care about playing anybody, but yeah. Sometimes I gotta do the one and done. Is anybody in the chat that
Then,
is highly against what I'm doing? Like this sort of moderation style. That is just like, Sophie, there's like these people in your chat, you gotta get them out of there, I wanna talk to you. Like, I want you to get on the mic, and I want you to tell, like, cause I might be naive. I might be dumb and I don't understand. So, forgive my naivety. You need to basically explain why this is like, why I'm taking this too lightly. You know what I'm saying? So, and Jack to say says, Stroke Quintarian, anybody? I think Daisuke, you were really against this stuff, right? Why don't you come up to the mic? And it's really weird, like, a lot of the people that are offended are these like people that are doing great things for my community, and it like tears me, cause like obviously like Daisuke's one of my best like video editors. He doesn't always have the time to do stuff, just like anybody else, including myself. But he makes great videos, and so I would hate to turn him away from the community. But Daisuke, you want to get on here?
And that's one thing I will say that happened with Video Maker. I saw happen with Video Maker. It almost felt as though they were being shamed because, they took a little bit of a break from doing something that ultimately I thought they were just doing on their own volition. And then they confirmed
Exactly.
within the channel they were doing on their own volition. So why did they need to be on the schedule of everybody else? And then it went into a very wild direction, but it's not a direction that I think I personally should speak on. And I would like to think that maybe Video Maker would like to expand on further, because it's not my fight. It's not my fight at all.
Exactly. Daisuke, or for anybody that wants to join in on the discussion, just go to the Discord. There's a voice channel called Requesting Stream. So, and I totally agree with you, Ghost. Like, Video was doing that stuff completely on Video Maker's own volition, right?
Oh, Sophie,
Yeah.
I know you know me as Ghost, but I'm showing up as Bagul. It's only in VR that I'm known as Ghost Input.
Okay, alright.
So.
We'll have myself, so you prefer me to
Cool.
call you Bagul? Okay,
Yes, thank you.
no problem. Alright, Bagul. So, yeah, but I agree with you, basically. And I'm really appreciative of Video Maker and stuff like that. And I don't think it's good for people to, you know, be entitled, because I'm definitely not entitled to Video Maker's videos, or Daisuke's videos, or anybody's help at all. Like, I'll even, you know, extend that to any donations or subs. I'm really lucky to be in the position I am, you know? And it's not even, wow, by Zoom, like, look
Yeah.
at Skiz Francis just donated $100 and I didn't even forking see it. Like, you see what I'm talking about? I'm extremely privileged to being able to talk to great people, you know, while playing Tekken. And
You have a lot of support too. Like,
Yeah.
I've never seen such, like, I had no idea your community was so verbose, like, in terms of like how many people are in there. You have like 1.6k people in your community. You have your channel, I mean, not your channel, excuse me, your server boosted almost to the full nines. Like, people
Exactly.
are supporting you, and they're doing so willingly. And yes, I would say you are absolutely in the space where you should be thankful. Or
Very.
rather, thankfulness is, you know, it's, you know, kind of like, I would be like, yeah, that makes sense. And, you know, you have people like Video Maker who have been strictly just doing this on their own accord and stuff like that. And the schedule is not to the appeasement of those who otherwise become dependent on it. So much so to the point that once, you know, they're no longer like doing it at the regularity they like, they infer that, you know, they're going to copyright strike them because, like, they're not an official channel. Like, it's that in my opinion was absolutely crazy behavior that I saw that campaign pop off, and I was just like,
Exactly.
okay, well,
And
that
I
is a
stood up
crazy
for
response.
Video Maker.
That is a absolutely fucking crazy response.
Yeah, like I was
You
telling
did.
Video
That was
Maker
before I
and
even started
everybody, I was like,
contributing.
you know, if Video Maker's doing this stuff, we don't need to be, you know, saying this sort of stuff. And that's what I was saying. So it's not like I don't want to, you know, like call that sort of stuff out, because I will. I just don't want to ban that. Like, I don't think that's a bannable offense to say, hey, we should, like, you know, like, that to me is too far, you know? But maybe it's not. Maybe I'm crazy.
So my point now, I will be providing a little bit of pushback here in this moment. Now, let's say that they actually did what they had threatened to do, and they did actually run this mass copyright strike campaign on this channel simply because it did not keep up with their schedule, and they now deemed it unofficial. If they had done that, you already know how fucking detrimental copyright strikes are on any given platform.
Yeah.
I personally would find that egregious because it does get into a litigation point, because, you know, when you respond to a copyright strike, it essentially doxes you. Unless you have an LLC, and then they can just search up your LLC and then get your identifying information if you do not have like an actual business structure as the forwarding address. Like, there's so much malice to a copyright strike that comes out of nowhere when you otherwise were fine with a person until like their schedule in terms of uploading no longer appeased you, and then it was okay to deem it unofficial.
Yeah, and at that point,
Like,
they would be breaking
I
the
would have
law,
walked out too.
you know?
I would have
Like
walked
a
out too,
fake
girl.
copyright
I
strike
would
is
have
against the
absolutely
law.
done exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, I would have absolutely done the exact same thing the video maker did. I would have been hurt. I would have been fucking hurt. Like, this
Exactly.
is something they were just doing because, you know, like, imagine like just doing something and then it's being like, oh well, then it's not official, and now they're like, it was gross. I will say it was gross.
Exactly.
But that's not how that channel is always.
Yeah.
That's another thing. But that interaction, that was abhorrent. And I think that took place in the No Drama channel, which made it worse.
Did it actually? Okay. Well, I mean,
I think that's what Videomaker said.
well, I don't know if that exact one.
I can't remember. I was
Was it
perusing
the-
initially.
Yeah, I don't remember which channel it started in. I'll have to recheck that. But I mean, absolutely, like, I don't think that somebody, especially, yeah, I just don't think if somebody's volunteering their time like that, like, I think we should be like congratulating that sort of behavior for the community, not ostracizing
That's
it.
community plus, right? So somebody like, Videomaker that has something like this happening, and they don't really see anything like taking place in terms of like, I don't know if they're part of this, right? Like, are they upset because of lack of action took place? Because you did intervene, but I don't know if there was more that they wanted out of that situation, or if they're excluded from this. This is a very different situation. They're not in your DMs. They're not part of that thread specifically. But I
have
did
some controversy
see
to
all
throw in
that pop
myself,
off.
actually, with Video Maker, I guess. So one thing, all right, so
Okay.
yeah, all right, so here's another thing. Like, I was joking around with Guilty, right? And I had said, I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't say it on stream, But basically, like, I was joking around about, like, Guilty's been in some controversy, I've been in some controversy, and I kind of made a joke that was, like, nodding my head to the whole, like, I wouldn't say ridiculousness of it all, but it's like, it's kind of like, hey, like, you know what joke I'm talking about, right? But,
Yeah.
Guilty herself wasn't offended by it, but Videomaker was, and I was like, I don't know, that was a weird situation for me, because I was in the situation of somebody who felt like, was just joking around, but maybe just joking around is like, there's too much, maybe I was like guilty of being a bitch, right? And I thought about it, and I was like,
Was that during
Yeah.
the time of it?
during the
Was
time
that
of it,
during the
no.
time of the Videomaker stuff? Because I do. Oh, okay.
Oh,
All right.
not-
So it's not a time based issue. So we're just talking about like the tone of what you said, which I am familiar with.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a tonal issue. It's just a joke that's probably ill placed.
Exactly. So what I was thinking
But I
is,
see Videomaker said here.
yeah, that's probably not the best thing, is what I was thinking. So I'll try to change my behavior and not bring out like dirty laundry of people if it's not, But that's the way that I saw that, is like, it's kind of weird. Like,
You probably saw it as an inside joke.
yeah, it's an inside sort of joke thing to me.
So Videomaker said, if that is how the community treats help, why would I want to be a part of it? And I cannot agree more. This is what I'm talking about, like it's like attrition, retention type of stuff, right? This
Exactly.
is where like, having like, it's like, why would you want to be part of it when you've done nothing but be in service of it, not being paid, not doing anything, but spending your time? And time is the most valuable currency humanly fucking imaginable, because it's strictly finite. It's all we fucking got, guys. So
100%.
people just doing stuff out of just out of their own goodwill for a community, and then feeling as though like they're not being supported. So what I would what I would see when I see Videomaker and what they do, they are a net plus to the community. I would say even
100,
net
yeah.
plus. Like, so when you have like the certain things that popped off in that interaction, whether they were meaning, like they were with intention and they were being really serious, which it kind of felt like they were, or not, it would jade me if I was Videomaker as well. It would absolutely jade the shit out of me.
Yeah.
And I would feel very vindicated and justified in it until I saw like a degree of interaction from you, or intervention, excuse me, not interaction, intervention.
Yeah, and I want to pull
And
up...
you did. And
Yeah.
I don't know if they wanted more from it.
Yeah, I want to pull up what I had said on the situation. I said it... Okay, I said in the Discord, I hope Video Maker wasn't driven away by this. And then let me see where I said, like I had said in the Discord, let me see if I can get it on here, but...
Oh, yeah. No, I remember all your points, but go ahead and save it for the
Yeah,
chat,
but I know a
not
lot of
the chat,
people in the
but
chat
stream.
may not know all the drama and stuff. So, let me see if I can just find it. But yeah, I absolutely agreed with that. I said Video Maker is doing good work. I'm very grateful. Video Maker lives up to Video Maker's name, but okay, here's where it was, I think. I wonder if I can pull this up. But this is what I had to say on the situation. I guess I'll just like screenshot it and then put it on here.
Yeah, there was a lot of
And
stuff
I'll
that
actually
happened
put,
between, like,
you know,
well, not a
I'll
lot.
put
just-
Dilly or some shady stuff on here as well. Because there's like right below this, there's a, like, so you guys can kind of get an idea of the Discord. See what I did there, chat? The Discord of what's going on.
See what you did
So,
there.
Baba Zuman. Okay, Baba
See, I don't even know if Slim Shady was being serious. I genuinely do not. I don't. The more I've talked to that guy, the more I think he's just like consistently unserious.
Yeah, I think he's just like fucking around a lot of times.
But
But-
this, a
But
lot
let
of
me
the
put this
times,
on
but this
stream.
was, you know, something tangible, right? This is about something that people were like taking action within the community. So, like from a lens standpoint, it was very before I, you know, because I then started like engaging with that channel. I was like, these motherfuckers aren't so bad.
Alright, so I have it on screen, right? This is what I said. I said those videos will likely get people into the community for Video Maker. And I was like apologizing.
Hmm.
And Dilly was like, okay, but yeah, like, I don't know, I did apologize directly, indirectly, because I did feel bad. Like, I was like, I thought about jokes. Now, maybe that was a bit distasteful, so I did apologize. And I really didn't mean any harm by it. I really thought, and Guilty, Guilty did not, take offense. I don't think she cares about people taking, or, she just, I don't think she cares, but... And then... Slam, like, one of the things that, Dilly, who is Slim Shady, by the way, chat, he said, well, if you change your mind, tell me, I'll call it a hard art. So, like, is this, like, see, it's like a joke, right? But, like, this is what might make the community look like that. And then Video Maker's, like, very welcoming.
Mhm.
Which is obviously, like, you don't want to... And so this is exactly the kind of back and forth that I don't want, basically. But what do you guys think?
I'm going to agree with what Vito's been saying in the chat. Just going to be honest with you. Because he's right. He's not active in the Discord much at all. And, you know, rules are only going to hurt those who are just literally bending the rules at all times, right, Sophie? That's one thing we do need to remember here. And this is why I was talking about, you know, community maintenance versus growth. I think in business stages, because I've worked with marketing as a senior designer within not only the game scene, but also finance tech. It's just something that you do have to consider. There are different stages which do change how you like proactively like handling situations, because in most cases everything's handled in a fiscal year, but you as a person, I don't know, maybe it needs to be something that's a little bit perennial, right? You don't function in a fiscal year, right? You're not a corpus entity. So like I see what Vito is saying firmly. And, you know, that's what I was talking about, like subset rules, right? I don't think maybe we need to like, yeah. So again, Video Maker did just say what I thought. It did take place in the No Drama channel.
Yeah, and I can
So
confirm that
there's
as
a problem
well for
there
that.
in and of itself, right?
Yeah, because I just saw it too. So it was in the No Drama channel, and maybe people causing drama in the No Drama channel. I mean, yeah, it's kind of...
So
Yeah.
Maybe we need to ask Video Maker, would it have been any different if it had taken place in the drama channel, or would you have still taken the offense that you had?
Yeah,
Because
interesting
I
question.
know where I stand on that. I would have taken offense regardless, but is the channel the issue, or is it more of just like a support imperative?
What do you think, Video
I
Maker?
feel like I want to play Jeopardy music.
You have high zone. Jeopardy music.
I don't want to put that. That always gives me anxiety, though. And the
Video
last thing I'm
Maker
trying to do
says,
is give
I
Video
left the
Maker
conversation
anxiety.
alone
That's
until
not the place.
Dilly kept mentioning me and spreading misinformation. What was the bit misinformation, Video Maker? Once I told them to fuck off, they threatened my account. Yeah, I mean, okay, Dilly's in there too. Dilly, yeah, I don't... As far as, like, he's just very abrasive, right? Like, that's the sort of person that I think Dilly is. And some people can, like, handle that. You know, some people can, like... But some people are really, you know, very... They just don't like it. And yeah, like... A lot of people would not. Because of how confrontational he is. So what was the misinformation?
Yeah,
that
yeah, I
was-
get what you're saying.
Yeah. I wish Video Maker could come on the
See, my
stream.
interactions with Dilly have not been bad. Not been bad at all. That's the thing. That is the thing. It's like, I get it. I've seen the shit he says sometimes, but it's like, I get it.
Yeah. I
Hold on,
I just,
think somebody else just joined and I heard my echo.
yeah. I wanted to
Daisuke.
pull in Daisuke.
Oh,
and Reborn.
CDT. Hello. Hey guys. I don't know if CDT knows he's back, but Daisuke, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear.
Hey, Daisuke, welcome in, by the way. I don't think I've ever talked to Daisuke on voice, but, you know, this guy's great at making videos. Well, what do you think about, you know, the whole situation, Daisuke?
Well, in the first place, you're great. You're awesome. Oh my God, I'm talking to my Oshi. So
Who have high
shit.
self? You're great. Daisuke, okay, so
You
I'm
can't
gonna
believe
get a little
I
background
made
here.
it.
Daisuke was here, like, extremely, like, he's one of the OGs, guys. And so this is literally the first time I've talked with him on mic, which is crazy, because I've been talking with him on Discord for years. So honestly, this is, like, momentous for at least me, and, you know, he calls me his Oshi, which is crazy. But, anyways, as a personal thing to you, Daisuke, like, seriously, like, thank you so much for what you've done for, like,
Oh.
not even just videos, like, being in the chat, having great conversations with people, and personally, like, you know, helping me through tough times, like, because, you know, we've talked in DMs and stuff, so really appreciate that. Thanks for coming on.
God, thanks, Sophie. And thanks for being there. You've been through a lot, but I only remember the good times. You're awesome. So, according to the topic, I'm not gonna lecture anyone about. Sorry to get so serious.
Yeah,
That suddenly. And English is not my first language, so I'm sorry
no, it's totally
in
fine.
advance. So,
Please don't apologize for that, man. Please don't.
anyways, so according to the topic, no need to lecture about anyone about values and everything, because nobody is gonna babysit anyone, and I think it shouldn't, or if it happening, it should be paid for that. So
Yeah,
in order to try to help you, because you are asking for opinions and everything, and I don't know if it's gonna help, but I can remind
definitely
you
do.
that I can remind you that you're gonna be judged by what happens in
yeah,
your community. It doesn't work like we think things work.
exactly.
We think that as let's say I'm a content creator too. I think that things should happen as I think. They say the way I think they should happen because I put some effort. I should be rewarded. and I've seen that repeatedly over many years,
Yeah.
even before the era. Speaking about VTubers, because I'm a VTuber watcher and enjoyer,
Yeah.
from the era before Kizuna Ai, even before her,
Like even before Kizuna
I've
Ai.
seen, yeah, I've seen many streamers because I'm a small streamer watcher, primarily, but I enjoy also Hololive and everything. I'm not an expert, don't ask me questions, but I just enjoy.
Yeah.
But I've seen their PR, I've seen their reaction, I've seen their communities. I was part on some dramas too, but the thing is, the streamer will get judged by their community, and they will be labeled by what their community do. There has been many documented cases. Everyone can check that, where between streamers they accuse each other of something, and then someone dogs someone else in someone else's server, and the VTubers now need to figure out how to get good in front of the cameras, if we can put it on in those words.
Yeah.
So they get leveled over time, they get painted over time, and at some point they just stop growing because they are basically paying with whatever happened in their communities. That is the truth, that is the reality. And I think that you should be very you should take a very serious decision. What are you gonna do with your image? With your image to the world. Your community is going like there is this really true and repetitive phrase in the VTuber community, that is the community reflects the streamer, and the streamer reflects the community. It's a joke, but it kinda is real.
Really?
That's absolutely real. Yeah, it's tremendously so. Like I even used because I was listening, and I don't mean to cut off Daisuke. I just wanted to chime in, and double down, and confirm what he's saying, because he's not wrong. We have some very high profile examples of this exact same happening at all times. So much so that you have somebody like More Pegasus literally farming the problem with community engagements between two different communities. You just put it up there. Yes. You have Asmongold and then Hasan Piker's community feuds, right? That's the pretty cheap imperative example there of how people just interpret how one's community shapes or represents the other, right? When you look at Hasan Piker's community, who remains moderated to no extent, almost no extent whatsoever. Sometimes put them into emoji mode, but outside of that, that's just mostly that's community censoring at that point, because he knows how his community feels and he doesn't want his lensing to be reflected by it. So he's very aware how toxic his community is, and he's very aware of what situation he's put himself in at this point now, that he has no control over his community, so much so that the community can turn on him at a dime, just literally on the dime, because he doesn't abide by the moral differentials that he established in the first place, right? And this can be the caveat to what I initially suggested, right? When I talk about moral foundations, right? But they also can be the safe haven. They can be the thing that acts as a self-curating principle, so much so that the bad people just never come in.
Hey, I got a question. My mic on? I don't know.
I heard you talking, so I stopped, mate. I didn't. What's going on, CDP?
It was good. So I've been listening. There's been a lot of good discussions and on the matter and for growth. But I got a question for Sophie. So you've gone through this situation where you had a community, and then the bullshit happened, and then your community got slimmed down through circumstance, and then it started healing again, and then there was a little bit more BS that happened.
Yeah.
with the one dude. and then the impacts. But the thing is, like, so I know you're, I think, in the process of like, not, I don't think you're redefining yourself. I think you're just outwardly defining yourself, right? On what you want to get into, and how you want to run things. Because in the past, I've seen you talk about how when you were trying to just be legit, you know what I mean, and please people, nobody really gave you shit. You can't apologize enough for their picture they painted of you, right? There's nothing you can do. And so it sounds like from that lesson you learned that you had to figure out what is going to be important, what's not going to be important. And then it's with the lack of moderation, I think it looks like you're reaching out for your community to kind of not join you in the situations, but join you in the growth, to say like, hey, look, we can't let the rest of the world define how things go, right? People are going to talk shit. People are going to do different things. It's going to happen. And you got to keep pressing forward. So that way you end up with a strong community. Because right now, I don't have a good read personally, because I just visit. I'm more of a guest than the full member at this point.
Yeah.
Time will tell on that whole thing. But you got a relatively diverse group of people, right? You got the people that have been there for a long time. You got new people coming in for various reasons, right? Some people came in after the drama. Some people came in for the Tekken. Some people come in for the coaching. Some people are here looking for more drama. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm horrible with the names. The B guy. You said
Bagoo. I know
Is
it
it-
looks weird. It's part Welsh, part Latin in terms of how I spelt it.
All right, you're the one who's talking about the different phases for marketing, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So-
I'm just using my real life references here. Sorry if that's a little bit too autistic.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. But so I'm asking for you. So when you look at the overall scene, what phase would you say? Just if you didn't talk to Sophie or whatever, just looking at the scene, like what phase are they in? Like, is it?
It strikes me as maintenance. It would strike me as maintenance. It does
Okay.
not seem like it's built for growth right now.
And you said one of the keys. So that would be Sophie's decision, right? Like, are you looking for maintenance? Or are you looking for growth? Or you know, what I
right?
mean?
Yeah. Yes. At least
I
if
don't-
we're going by what I was saying, right?
Yeah. And so Sophie, what did you say? Did you say? I don't think it was. The question was actually posed to you. I might have missed it.
No,
But
yeah.
where do you want to
Sophie-
be?
Good one. So, yeah, I guess right now, like you're saying, that I was like kind of finding my way and stuff like that. I would say it's maintenance in the sense that, like, I guess it's not maintenance because, okay, if I had to choose just between those two, it would be maintenance. So that's the answer to that question. But the other thing is like, I think it's more that I'm trying to pivot into YouTube because I think that's where I'll have more discoverability, stuff like that, and what's it called? Like I think that's kind of the move, basically. Wow, but Zoma did a good
You
job.
absolutely should always lean into YouTube.
Yeah, I mean
You
it has
should
more
absolutely always lean into YouTube.
has more
firmly.
discoverability than Twitch, and I enjoy YouTube because like there's like this like when you're playing games on stream, like there's an enjoyment that you get from not playing in front of a crowd, right? So whenever I play puzzle games, right? So puzzle games are like my favorite, and I just want to say that when your whole chat is either spoiling the puzzle game or they're like, "Oh my god, you're an idiot" or something, like I start to like it a little less, right? It's not, and it doesn't have anything to do with you guys.
Backseating a puzzle game is dog shit.
Yeah, so it's like that's like one of my favorite sorts of games, right? But it's very, very like decreased in enjoyability on stream. But if I do YouTube, then I can just play on my own, do my own playthrough, and enjoy it to its full extent. So, as a long-winded answer to what Reborn is saying, it's a maintenance period, but I would call it more of a pivoting period. Is I'm trying to see how I would do on YouTube. It takes a different skill set, takes more editing and planning, rather than like, talking with my stream and interacting. I hope that answers your question.
I think it does. Is it okay, Reborn, if I ask a follow-up question based on the answer since this is new information?
Yeah, no, I'm interested. Let's hear it.
Okay, so based on you saying that, it actually kind of sounds like you are, in fact, you are in a growth period, but it's not an aggressive growth. You're not using an aggressive growth model, right? When you say pivot and you're expanding to a new social network, or rather exploring further an existing platform like YouTube, right? And you're thinking about like a pivot would suggest that like you're adjusting your format, which would bring in new people, correct? So maybe the
Yeah.
goal is not necessarily growth, chiefly, so much as it is. I know you're calling it a pivot, but the reality is what we call it in marketing is a rebranding. But you're
Okay.
not doing it like to its fullest extent, right? It's not like you're changing your whole brand identity, but
Exactly.
just changing the optics or lensing associating with said branding that you have currently, which is admittedly by far the most difficult struggle, because you can't just start anew, right? So with that being said, it's much more difficult for you in that sense, and I think you already know that. But if that's true and that's the case, then I would say that you are technically, when it comes to the community, right? Because you're going to have new people hitting the Discord then by effect, right? I would think that the Discord needs to be treated as it's in the growth stage, and it needs to be, I wouldn't say curated, but the rules perhaps, or at least the onboarding process perhaps needs to be adjusted so that we're either A, level setting the people before they come in terms of what to expect, or B, adjusting, the current moderation or rule implementation so that it's more welcoming to those that haven't the foggiest in terms of who you are outside of this. If it comes to a pivot, right, if this is a true pivot, then I think the latter option, truthfully, is the option that needs to take place, because a pivot it has to come from the core, right? Like, I think of it as like a K lever, right? You got your core, you got your actuators, you got everything. Like, those things cannot be like, you can move your stick however you want. You can adjust the long throw, you can make it a short throw, but if you don't adjust the actuators and they're given spacing and essentially the rules of engagement, aka actuation, then nothing's really going to change, except like certain things are going to happen faster that happened before, and certain things are going to happen slower that previously happened before. But there will be truly no actual pivot there in terms of how things actually function.
Interesting.
So I think the latter option. Sorry, I had to use like an autistic K-lever example here, but
No, that's
truthfully, yeah, I think I think that might be I think the latter option might be the best case here, just based on the information you provided, and that was because of a great question posed by CBT. Good shit there, man.
cool. Yeah.
I'm just a curious individual. You know what I mean? Like, hey,
I mean, same, mate. Same.
so like I think so in respect to the issue on hand, right? So the topic with the toxic people in the language, right? As you're trying to find new growth, right? New areas or whatever, that's one thing. And then you got the existing community. And I think that's where like you defaulted to maintenance as your response. And that's just my speculation. Because you do care about the people that are already there. So you're not trying to like just be like, fuck it, I'm going somewhere new, take it or leave it. Like,
Yeah.
and just telling people that they're like, whatever, you know what I mean? Because that's not really your personality from what I've seen. And what, right? But you're like, how much am I supposed to bear the burden of, right? And I
Yeah.
think that's the biggest question across the board, because some people are like, I want, and people probably wouldn't like this statement, but I think it's unfair of people to make those requests of certain people, right? Like, it's not fair to sit there and say, hey, this is your Discord, so you need to fix all of my problems. And then not only that, but
Great
fix
way
it
to
in the
put it.
way that I want them fixed, right? Because you're like, if I'm going to fix the problem, I'm going to be like, shut the fuck up, and I'm going to do what I do, right? So if you fix it the way you would fix it for yourself, that doesn't meet their expectation, right? And it's hard to tell people like, hey, look, like I can't carry your load, but I still got your back at the same point. You know what I mean? but you kind of have to tell them, because if you don't, they're going to keep making assumptions, and then they'll feel betrayed off of their own assumptions, right?
Well,
Which is not
that's
something that I
exactly.
don't think anyone wants.
Well, that's the byproduct of parasociality, is what you're describing there, and that is a very, very, very good thing to mention here. So I'm going to use marketing terms here as well as corpo speak. So there's this thing that is used across, I'm pretty sure, every business unit or like corpus district in the United States at the very least. It's called a call to the president or something. It has nothing to do with the president by any stretch of the imagination whatsoever. It's considered like the maximum escalation you can take on like a support call or anything like that, right? So like when people like call into like the front ends or like the front lines of certain interactions, like we can say Geico or whatever shit like that. Like say bad insurance claim, blah blah, so on and so forth. It's like I felt like I got jaded or something like that. There's degrees of moderation and prevention before they ever get to that point. Tier 1 is the front line. Tier 2 is where it's initially escalated, and if the tier 2 doesn't satisfy that, then it's escalated to a silent tier 3. You don't know that that's not the top of the top, but if they do not satisfy it, then you have something that's called the Office of the President or Call to the President, where you actively have like a dedicated team answering your query, and ultimately it's the one that's immediately under like the CEO or the operating manager of like the organization. They're probably asking for you to take, action well before like any moderation has even taken place. And I think that's immediately the indicator right there, is that maybe it's just the moderation model that needs to be adjusted. And it's not about you needing to interact so much more than you already are currently. It's more about, just moderation taking place under just, some fine line principles. And
Yes.
then, if things go too crazy, then you get involved. But you shouldn't be getting involved in every minor interaction that takes place. That's championing. They're looking, you're literally basic, and I'm just going to say this, and I don't want anybody who's actually got some grievances with Sophie to take this to defense. But in most cases, when it comes to these Office of the Presidents or Call to the President calls, almost in all cases, they're what you would call categorically caring, and they had been wrong the entire time. So I would think, maybe some layering work, right? So you favor evidence, right? So evidence is the first point, just empirical evidence. We're talking about like law of parsimony, right? We want to avoid Occam's razor, and we don't want to be like the rest of the FGC and just cancel people without doing any due diligence whatsoever, and just acting on a fucking whim. We've seen this happen time and time and time again with many people, many innocent people as well. Some people very justified, and it's like good shit calling that out early, but would have been way better if we just had all the information on the forefront in every case. Nobody can just say like that, like, oh no, we didn't need any more information, we knew. That's not how community works, man. That's fascism.
Yeah.
Hey, I also wanted to add, if I may, just a quick shout out. Calling people like selfish in their acts, I'm not saying that it's intentional either, right? Because we can definitely do some selfish things unintentionally with good reason.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well,
You know what I mean? So if anyone thinks I'm talking to them
Yeah.
like that, I'm not talking to you like you did something wrong. I'm just saying that the situation, that's what it boils down to, right? Because I ain't trying to put anybody on top of nobody.
We got Dilly himself,
yeah.
the drama king himself, in the requesting stream. So he's the one. If you guys
That
don't know,
motherfucker owes. Yeah.
yeah, he's the one causing a lot of these quote unquote problems. I'll let you guys be the judge of that. But Dilly, would you be really ready to hop on right now? Gonna ask him in the chat.
He hit join queue, so I kind of believe him.
Yeah, but sometimes people hit join queue and then they'll just disappear, like and,
then walk away.
And then their mic is echoing or something. So I just want to make sure. All right, so Dilly is active in the chat right now.
Said
I'm
he's
gonna pull him up.
intoxicated.
Yeah. And Dilly, welcome on. I would love to hear Dilly's take on this.
Yeah, I want one of them pops, by the way, when I come over tomorrow. He's muted or some shit.
Yeah,
This mic shit ain't working.
Yeah, we can't
Can you
hear
guys hear
ya.
him?
but
Because I have to push to talk.
oh, okay.
I think
Can you not hear me?
Wait.
Welcome in.
Oh, he's on push to talk.
What's up?
All right, so what do you think? Are you
Yo, why you
problematic?
fucking with people, bro?
Yeah, why are you problematic for my community? Do I ban you immediately right now?
I think you should consider it.
Do that, Faisal.
I seriously think
At
you
least he's
should
honest.
consider it.
Yeah.
There's no. I am banned from McDonald's.
Do that,
God damn it.
Faisal. Exactly. Yeah. So
That's what I'm saying.
So,
Dude's fine. He's still unserious most of the time, man. But yeah, I'll let him talk.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what do you want to talk to me about?
I mean, I want to talk to you about, there's a lot of people in my community that are concerned that you're pushing a lot of people out. That, you're saying some really abrasive stuff. And, like, the fear of the people in my chat or in my Discord, they come into my channel and they see Dilly, and Dilly is, like, being mean to everybody. Or Dilly and his friends are doxing people. They're doing unspeakable things, and that's gonna drive people away. Like, what would you say to those people?
Well, I have not doxed. I have actually not doxed anyone yet.
Okay. Yet?
I do not believe that Emiliandra has either.
Okay.
I do not believe Emiliandra has doxed anyone in our community. Samusko was not a member of our community when she fucking said it.
Okay.
Samusko, you see his join date, he returned today. So he was not even a member of the community. There's no rule against doxing people who are not in our community.
Sure, technically, but
That's a little- I'm just
Samusko
kidding.
has been part of my community for
Okay, yeah, I was about to say.
years and years,
There should
I was
be.
like, God damn it, Dilly.
Papa Zoom.
My thing is, I do support whatever will get the community to be active socially. Because with the drama channel, it's active socially. I am willing to talk to anyone about anything for the most part, if I do not have you blocked.
Yeah.
But it is a cycle of, we're not always causing drama in the channel.
Yeah.
Like the ghouls there. Ghouls, we kick it sometimes. Like we
Thank you
talk
for-
about,
We're on a streak with pronouncing my name right. I'm loving this.
Yeah, I love
Yeah,
having
while
these
I was
chats
drinking,
with
I
you
was
guys.
listening to the same.
How was Evo, by the way? Just curious.
How was Evil? How was Evil?
Yeah.
Well,
He's in between shots.
first,
They have black card in the mini fridge.
I was drunk the entire time. I got into Rack City on Thursday and immediately started drinking.
You have a Zoom.
It was a wonderful experience. It was great for me. It was great for me to see Ninja get the topic. Shout out to Ninja Killer from the NIS community. He was a Mortal Kombat player.
Have a
Got
Zoom.
the
Oh,
top
no, me
8 in
too.
a very difficult,
He did work in Tekken as well, man.
very difficult, very time consuming to learn pre-game
Yeah.
from NIS, which is what we considered to be the most simple. Some people call it a party game,
What, Tekken?
but I myself like Mortal Kombat.
There's
Mortal
no way. And,
Oh,
Kombat 11.
oh, 11? Okay, 11 maybe,
Yep.
I guess.
I can-
But Mortal Kombat 1 just wasn't fun for anybody. I'm pretty sure. Like, there's just no way
Mortal
anybody had
Kombat
a good
4
time.
was Mortal Kombat 4 was a farce. Mortal Kombat 1 was a farce. To have
It
that
was,
pseudo
man.
tag mechanic over there.
It was just like a failed
It's not a very
venture.
good game. And I lost my main.
Who's your main?
Same, dude. Lost my
In
name.
MK11, I played Kano and I played Jax. I played Kano and I played Jax in Mortal Kombat 11. Both of them are cameos in MK1. Like, they are not
Disgusting,
playable
dude.
characters. They come out and do shit when you attack, yeah.
Okay, I was a DLC bitch. I definitely got on Joker. I was like, man, these combos are delicious. I'm just fucking with it.
Sonic did too. Sonic won
Peso.
4 majors with Joker.
I can see why the reach was absolutely insane on some of those starters. Not that
The
every
damage
fucking Mortal
was
Kombat is
insane.
not forward advancing. It's just like, all right, man, this is like
Having the fatal blow on deck made you the most threatening character in the game as far as damage. To be able to cancel that fatal blow.
a whole ass, man. You speaking facts. You speaking facts.
Damn.
Hey,
He was
so
busted.
Dilly,
I never
how
understood,
serious
but-
are
Yeah.
you? Like when you talk in the chat and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like I got moments where I got a lot of times I'll be bullshitting with people, you know what I mean? If I'm not talking about like a specific topic in whatever forum or thing I'm in, right? I don't have usually I'm gonna test people a little bit. But some people, you know what I mean, test people all the fucking time, but it's not personal. They don't care who it is. You know what I mean? Is that kind of how you operate? Like where like I'm just gonna say what the fuck I want to say and do what I want to do, but I don't really have an issue with the actual person.
It depends on the person. I do have issues with certain people.
Oh, you do? All right, cool. Is it
Yeah.
is it
You gave him
something
the
that
olive
people
branch. You
can
gave
tell?
him the olive branch, CDP. You did your best.
I'm just trying to no, it's all good though, but like I mean, is it something people can like recognize pretty easily when you switch on to like, nah, fam, like I got a target on your back versus how you just spraying across the whole crowd, you know what I mean? Like, is it easy to tell? Like, all
Do
right,
you
look,
do you feel that I frequently spray across the whole crowd, or do you feel that I am frequently talking to whoever is engaging me currently?
I'm just asking. That's the question. I don't have a. I
That
don't
was
have a-
actually a
Well,
good
the thing is,
question,
I can
Billy.
speak for like the ghoul said, I can speak from my lens. However, I do not know how it comes off to other people I am not talking to.
The way I see it,
That's
be
what I'm-
honest.
at least for
Yeah,
me,
that's what I mean.
yeah,
'Cause you
I
was
mean, I can
talking
give
like,
my
oh my bad. Go ahead.
yeah, sorry. Yeah, I can give my sort of perspective. When I see Dilly, like, okay, so he's talking with people. He's just fucking around for the most part, but he will, if he thinks something's wrong, he'll say it like it is. Basically, I think a lot of times that he will, like, he does have this sort of thing where it's like if he gets in an argument with someone, then he is gonna like walk on. Like he wants to, he like wants to make you look stupid, and I think that's what turns people off on his personality so much. You know, what do you think? Is that fair to say?
Okay,
Dylan?
well, that is a misconception that I would like to correct. No, that is not fair to say. That is not fair to say.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I can't
Fair to-
control how
fair
you
to
see.
say,
But
we
the
need
thing
to-
is, I do not
Definitely
feel
fair
that
to
it
say
is
it,
fair
man.
to say
It's definitely fair to say it,
because I have
man.
never
Like, you definitely added me.
intentionally tried to make anyone look stupid. I've never intentionally tried to make people look stupid. I've never tried to make people. I don't know. Sometimes things happen. You know, life goes on.
Okay. Well, I would say then maybe I should change
You'll
it
main
to.
pass too.
Yeah, I've never
you're
argued.
very,
though, right? And let them.
you're very willing to not hold your tongue, like insults and stuff like that. Is that fair to say?
I don't know.
Insult. See, the thing is,
I
is
don't like
the
to
term
insult people.
insult, Sophie.
I do not like
that,
to
that
insult
already
people. No.
that already implies bad faith, right? I think what Dilly, or at least what I've seen recently, is just Dilly just talks. Dilly's kind of silly.
Mhm.
Oh, he's kind
So
of
it's
silly.
like
Yeah,
not-
I do.
it's like talking in a way where you're not trying to offend, but you're also not worried
Trying
about
to
if
not
in fact-
offend,
Yeah,
right?
you know what I mean?
So
So it's
there's
like-
it's a complete just disambiguated lens. Like it's just like
So
if it
y'all are
happens, it
trying to
happens.
say
If it
that
doesn't,
your
it
boy-
doesn't.
we're trying to
Y'all
cycle.
believe that your boy lacks tact.
Yes,
Like you feel I do not have tact.
I'm, based on the response of people, yes, but without hearing what their perspective, it's hard to tell. That's why we really need them to like voice it out so we can see, is it like, hey, is you just really, really, really thin skinned, or you know what I mean, like how to handle this situation, you know what I mean?
The language and the language
Well,
in that channel
As I
can be
proposed
very
in the
problematic.
channel, So I proposed in the channel. Flinzo does not agree with this because he's asked, but I believe that the drama channel should be opt-in,
Okay.
and I believe that we should have our own voice channel. I believe that we should have black roles, and I believe we should have the smoke icon as the role icon. That's what I would like.
Okay, and anybody that wants to
Well,
join
actually,
in drama
I mean,
or smoke,
huh.
yeah, you guys can have the role. I think that's a pretty good solution. I wish there was somebody in the call
That's
right
not
now.
only a great solution.
Yeah. I mean, I just wish that somebody was in the call
That's
that
fantastic.
what's it called? Disagreed like that, because everybody here,
Offended.
like, there's some people that are extremely offended by what Dilly has said and stuff like that, and so I don't know, where are these people? I guess I'll have another one of these conversations on stream, but if anybody else is in the chat
So
is
no.
very
All right.
offended
If you
or whatever,
if
okay,
you want
go
me to
ahead.
be forthright, if you want me
Put
to
the
be forthright,
6-7 in the chat if you're joining the smoke channel.
Dilly's the whole reason why I never engaged with your community initially before I had that conversation with you on stream last time.
Really?
And it's not because I knew Dilly. It's because I didn't know Dilly, and I just saw stuff like popping off left and right. And once you realize the context of the situation, just who this motherfucker is, like, then it becomes like less consequential, right? It becomes less malicious. There's less malintent. And then
Can we
unfortunately,
get
and I do have.
the chrono trigger?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go on, bud.
Oh, I was just asking if we could get Beggar of Cosmetics, the chrono trigger music.
Oh yeah, let's do it. I love Chrono Trigger music.
But yeah, once I
You were
started
saying that
talking
you
to-
did not.
Once I actually started talking to the community, Dilly was strictly welcoming. The dude was not an asshole at all, by any stretch of the imagination. I thought as soon as I said anything in there, I was going to be just scolded with like hot irons just for talking. But nope, that's not what happened by any stretch of the imagination whatsoever. So it was very surprising for me, but I am coming from that new community member lens technically because I never like actually engaged with the community until actually this week. So I don't know. I feel like the language that Dilly sometimes use, which I now understand in most cases, is just kind of like it's benign. There's no malice attached to it. I might be making excuses for Dilly. I'm not sure. I don't know his tenure history, whatever has happened before.
Oh, he said he malices.
Oh, you firmly malice? Oh,
I mean,
homie.
He be malicing, bro. He said he's like
I like that. If I like you, I may not like you. I immediately like the ghoul.
Hey.
I immediately fucked with the ghoul.
No, he's attracted.
That I'm glad that
Yeah,
he
for
changed his
me-
mind about.
Dilly's never come off as somebody that
Well, fuck.
was like,
Appreciate you, Dilly.
insanely
but
like.
that doesn't help my example.
Exactly. I mean, he's been super helpful for me and understanding and stuff like that. So I don't know. I know he can rub some people the wrong way, but for the most part, I see Dilly actually as a pretty reasonable person, at least so far. Because some people have like actually warned me about Dilly. They have said like, watch out, this guy's gonna go do some crazy stuff, and I was like, okay, But I just haven't seen that sort of insane behavior.
No.
So.
No, I don't see that. One thing I will say is and this is only had it in terms of quote reference, by the way. I personally have never seen the actual slur be employed outside of like quoting somebody who has said a slur, but maybe we just should not have the like slurs be said within the drama channel. That's hate speech technically, right? That's not freedom of speech by any stretch. Even if it's just referential, even if it's just referential, I'm not saying he said it. You know what I'm saying?
Let that go. We gotta let that go. So I mean,
you sure?
Well, no, that's gonna be up to Sophie, of course. That's her thing. But
remember, we're talking about like remember what she said about what she wants to do with her channel, though, right? Like she's trying to pivot.
Up to her.
Fair.
Right?
100%. I'm sorry.
Hayabusa says hard disagree.
I say, like, if it's used in context, that's automatically like the shit. the people that get mad when it's just spoken about, like the word that should never be named, like we gotta stop with this bullshit.
Yeah.
It makes things crazy. You know, it becomes where like if you say a word that sounds like the word, like people have gone so insane with this.
I'm not talking about innuendo, mate. I'm talking about new viewership. Remember, I'm talking from a lensing that's not even mine at this point.
Okay, so
let's be
You're
clear.
saying we should avoid saying things. We should avoid saying things like, "I'm going to call you the hard R," or "I almost dropped the hard R," or that is what
That's
you're referring to.
not that. That's innuendo, right? It hasn't transpired, right? Like it's a threat to do something that's admittedly malicious, and it's a little bit weird to even just threaten it. You might as well just fucking do it. It seems like you're just trying to
No.
side skirt community rules to begin with. Like that's just my opinion.
Do
I'm
not
not talking
say the
about you
hard R in my
specifically.
drama text.
No, I know. No, it's not what I'm saying. When I say you, I'm not saying you specifically, mate. I hope you know that. I'm just talking about this,
The
like, from
royal
my,
you.
like a certain, like everything I'm doing is, it's conceptual. This is all strictly conceptual. I hope you understand. Like I
So you
I
have
have no
seen
problems
slurs
with
used?
Billy. Huh?
So I was saying, was someone saying they had seen slurs used in the drama chat?
No, I've said in terms of being referenced. In terms of being referenced, what somebody else has previously said, we will quote just full and outright. And I know that there are people who are sensitive that will just click into the channel and they'll just see those slurs and they don't even care about what the rest of the message said. They'll see the slurs and they'll just be like, holy fuck, okay, can't do that. Even though it's like talk about some quote verbatim shit and talk about some motherfucker that really shouldn't be there at all, or they're not even in the community at all, and it's just gossip. It doesn't matter. Again, I'm talking from unique.
maybe that should be
unique
part of the
lensing
disclaimer,
experience.
right? You'd be like, yo,
Again,
if you come
yes,
here,
part of the onboarding.
like context is key in this environment. In a world where context is lost, at least context matters in Sophie's Discord. You know what I mean?
You gotta baby train these people that come in. Like you gotta put training wheels on these people. Like exactly what Reborn said. I think it's way easier to call you Reborn. Sorry, I kept calling you CDDT, but yeah,
Whichever
that's a lot of syllables. But
Yeah.
what
In
Reborn's
my
saying-
opinion,
Go
the
for
best
it, bud.
onboarding for that is to make the drama channel opt-in.
correct.
Okay.
When you
yeah.
are ready to accept the Smith tag.
It is the most active channel, but that will, if you make it opt-in, that gives opportunity for a new channel to come up as would be with these, like as you do this pivot, right? If it's like a maintenance mode, right? All you're doing is kind of like you're putting like a minor wall, like you're putting a consent barrier. Like when you're joining this, be
Yeah,
aware,
it's like the
be
not
aware.
safe for work
Like
sort
at
of
this
channel.
point, man,
Like beware.
specifically
which nobody even talks about.
exactly
Nobody
like
talks about
that.
what goes on in there. I've thought about infiltrating it, but no one talks about it.
This could make, the
Mhm.
default channel that is no drama, just, a steady, firm default that gets good shit. And then, if they want the drama shit, they can opt into it. But then, they know what they're getting into based on the disclaimer profile.
Yeah.
It removes a lot of accountability from you because you already know goddamn well, you already provided the disclaimer. You know that it can be potentially
but so-
abhorrent what happens in
hold
there, but
on
you
one
are
second.
providing the space
Everybody
where
stop
people can
everything.
do that.
Hold on. I just did a homing move. That is what we were talking about a couple of streams ago. I just did a homing move. I just gotta say, and they do not track 360. I just showed it right there. Okay, really sorry to interrupt you. I'm gonna clip it if you guys could clip that. I'm cheating. I don't know where you're at in Europe, but I told you homing moves can still be sidestepped. They're not 360 tracking. Okay, go ahead. I'm
There is
really
no
sorry.
way. There is no way. I am kidding. There's no way. There's no way here.
You can be. It's the same principle that is applied to Virtua Fighter, which, when you do a double sidestep, it's called a failed evasion because you really shouldn't be double sidestepping in the game. It goes against what the rules are, but doing it is like the optimal evasion. So when you do a double sidestep into PKG, that gives you a dash in your sidestep. So you technically do a double evasion. So you can totally evade true homing moves that have forward advancing properties. They have to have forward advancing properties for that to be true, though. If
That's
it's a
false.
static homing move, are you sure?
Look, I played a bear and my homing moves fail like fucking all the time. It's so fucking
Oh,
annoying.
really?
Bears
there
are
not
forward
three-
advancing, though. Bears are forward advancing.
While standing 3, is
Oh,
I'm
maybe not
standing
that.
up.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I don't have many.
I'm not- First of
So-
all, wait, hold up. While standing homing moves is actually just kind of crazy.
but it's
I'm
like
just gonna be honest with you.
20 frames. It's long as shit. Like it's not quick at all.
In Virtua Fighter, there's this thing called of half circulars and full circulars. So these are like quantifiers of like how much they track, right? And it's based on like the
Ask
radial
Glad is
axis.
happy to hear Virtual Fighter mentioned.
Is that shit?
I mean,
y'all playing that shit? I don't know if I'm playing that shit.
I mean, I fucking play every
When does it
3D
come
fighter
out?
minus DOA because they definitely cash grab the fuck out of us.
Why? How's it a cash grab?
For
Is it
Virtua
mandatory?
Fighter, I
DOA
think
the last
Virtua Fighter's
round.
coming out in November. I think it's coming out on PS6.
I heard last round kind of
buy it. I think it's going to be a nightmare because I think they're going to be part of that 2028 like no disc situation. And no matter how good the game is, people are going to be very upset about what PlayStation has already announced 2 years in advance, essentially. Like, I do not see Virtua Fighter coming out on PlayStation 5 unless it's a back.
Are you going to be able to make Sarah barefoot?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. My apologies.
Can you make
I'm
Sarah
on it.
barefoot in Virtual Fighter 6?
We don't know yet. I don't even know.
I
if we
hope
get
so.
into
The
it
real
at all,
questions.
dude. We got
We don't get
Stella.
Sarah nobody. Nobody.
We got Stella. We don't even know.
I don't
we got
know who that
Jackie
is.
yet. We got Akira.
We
Well,
need
Stella's a
Sarah.
new character, but she's marked as kickboxing, so she's the closest thing that we currently have to either Jackie or Sarah. Sorry, I'm getting.
Sarah
to a completely
Bryant
different
is
topic here.
Virtua Fighter.
Hmm?
Sarah is Virtua Fighter.
Who's
I don't
Sarah?
know that. I don't.
I know. No, I'm talking about VF6 though. Like she hasn't been like confirmed.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. Are you talking about VF5 Revo? We can talk about that all day, but yeah. I just play
has
3D
Jeffrey
games.
been
anyway.
confirmed?
No. Oh, he has partly, but it's only because of a quest that's taking place in the story. It's called Jeffrey something. It's a 5-piece like quest. My speculation: anybody who's part of the story, that's a canon like a canon legacy character, is probably going to be DLC. They're not going to be part of this like starting cast. But I could definitely be wrong. I could definitely be
Is this
wrong.
the
But
third
Jeffrey
strike?
would be great.
This is the third. This is the third strike of Virtua Fighter. This is the next generation.
That's actually true. That's funny. Yeah, essentially, man. Essentially. It's gonna be scary though, man, because the like release schedule seems nightmarish. It's like just like I don't know if you guys watch movies or anything like that, but A24 recently announced that they're doing a deep mine investment with Google, and that really puts Kane Parsons' sequel for Backrooms up to play because he has been very vehemently opposed to like AI implementation and shit like that.
Hey,
So,
so are you, so y'all VF players? Like,
I
haven't
am.
played it.
I'm a Tekken player. I'm truly a Tekken player.
I
But
tried.
I've
I've
played
never
VF
played
for
it,
a
but I
minute.
know about Sarah Bryant because it became free on the PlayStation Plus at one point.
Yes, it did.
Yeah,
That's how I
fine.
got into it, buddy. Yeah, that's how I
All
got
right,
into it. I was like,
so-
all right. This has
I
an
got a
11
question.
frame buffer.
I got a question.
11 frame
So-
buffer.
So, from my perspective on the outside, right? I'm looking at the new VF game, and it looks like there's a lot of significant changes. How confident you think people are gonna be that they're still gonna have like what made the OG VFers? You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's a funny
Oh,
way
that's a
to
good
say it.
way.
The
Yeah,
old VF
that's a good
players.
question.
No, it's this is okay. Keep going. I know what you're talking about.
I'm thinking that they're gonna experience kind of like not to the same degree, but a little bit of like what like Tekken players ran into, where it's like,
Interesting.
oh shit, in order to get these new people in, but I feel like no one is asking that question, despite
No,
some
there
obvious
is. There
rules.
is. There is. Chad the Third has actively spoken about that exact same issue, and that's called the whole community migration stuff. Chad the Third UK is absolutely talking about like he's terribly concerned about the toxicity of the Tekken community coming over the Virtua Fighter.
No,
And, you know, originally,
that's not what I'm talking
No.
about. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking,
Okay, sorry.
What I'm talking about is the actual game mechanics, like the actual game. I don't think
they're
that
not the same.
Virtua Fighter is going to last if it's just a prettier version of Virtual Fighter 5.
Well, Nighttime
No,
says
well-
he's about that action. He says he's a fighting game player. He'll fuck with it.
Well, I mean, is it
So-
going to be that? Are they going to be like the super niche and just stay in that little baby bubble?
The thing is, they got a story mode, mate. They got a story mode that's so verbose, at least from what we've seen. For all we know, man, all the cutscenes we've seen, they could be the only cutscenes in the actual game. It could be just world tour
Yeah.
dog shit. It
Like,
could
that's
very
what I'm
well be.
talking about.
It could
We
just
hyping it like-
underfuck us.
we just gonna be running like a real world like fucking shit. I'm like, I don't see any of that. Like, and so my concern for the VF people is they do the same mentality that Tekken players had, where it's like they start making up shit in their fucking head about how things are and what it
Exactly.
is, and then when they get it, it's like, what the fuck is this? Why is this changed? Why is this not here? You lied to me, all that bullshit. So my question,
That's almost
you know what I
certain, man. I agree. Yeah.
but all the
Hayabusa
VF
says
players,
he's going to bed.
who's gonna bed?
Hayabusa, when you wake up, it will be America's birthday.
Nah, Paizo. Okay, we got
250.
we're not guilty in the requesting stream. Now, like I know that Dilly and Guilty don't get along, so I mean if Dilly's okay with it, I'm okay with it. I wanna see, but
Hold up, we don't want. Dilly's, does he got thick skin? This Dilly guy?
I assume Dilly has the thickest skin, I think.
Dilly,
Maybe.
I certainly hope Dilly has thick skin, mate.
I have the thickest skin, but I do not have time.
He's
Not
running out.
Paizo.
That's
Yeah, I do
time-
not have
Time is a commodity, and we need.
But
to,
I mean,
we need to
I'll
really
be in
acknowledge
the
that.
I will be in the stream. So like I'll hear what she has to say, but
Okay, I want to see what
Well,
you guys
I don't
have
know, I
to say
probably
for like
won't.
5 seconds. Is that okay? Because like I know you guys have
Okay.
history and stuff like that. I want
Yeah.
to bring in Guilty and just see what Apparently she wants to be on here, so. Hey, Guilty, welcome
Okay.
in.
What's up?
Colby Noir.
yo,
So- Dilly, I got a question.
what do you want?
Why do you keep on saying that I'm a rapist?
Oh, because you are.
Hmm.
That?
You have already apologized. You have already been punished. Whatever. I'm over it.
What did I apologize for?
Like I just said, it.
What
you
is
did
it? What is it?
That's all you're getting out of me.
So you don't actually have any basis for your claim.
Oh, I mean, I just said, that's all you're getting out of me.
So
They
you
could
don't
believe
actually
it.
have any basis. You're just saying that.
Like I said, that's all I have to say.
Okay. So you don't actually have any validation or justification. There's no who, what, when, where. It's dependent on what I said, but if I say, oh, actually, you're misunderstanding what I said, then it's not good enough for you?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't care.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Then why
I
do
do
you
not.
say it?
And
would it
Valendian
be-
is getting bored. Valendian is getting bored.
So would you say, Dilly, that like just even the inference was enough for you without substantiation?
Well, okay, here is the thing. I, as a child, was a huge fan of Guilty, so it hurts me the worst.
No, it really doesn't, because it's all
Yeah, it does.
self-inflicted. You have a delusion.
Okay. Well, whatever. I have my delusion, but I was answering his question. Yeah, it hurt me.
Who cares if
Oh,
it
yeah.
hurt you? Like, you didn't actually get canceled.
I don't care about you. I don't like you. So
Yes,
yeah, I
you
worry
do,
about how
actually.
it
You
hurts
only-
me. No,
You want me
I
to
have-
send you sexual ASMR? Like, this is actually.
I have you
upset.
blocked on every platform. I have you blocked
Yes,
on every
because
platform.
you keep on doing like goofy shit, and you don't really want to take accountability for it. You want to just talk noise, and you don't want any.
No, I
actual...
just don't want to communicate with you.
Yeah, because you
I
wanna
know
just
that's
sit
hard.
there
I know
and make
consent is
allegations.
hard for you. I know consent
you-
is hard for
you're
you. Consent
conflating
is
some
manufactured. Consent is manufactured.
things.
I've heard it.
Well,
But the thing is, I do not want to talk to you.
You don't understand. You don't understand. You are like overstepping And whenever you're overstepping, if you get scrutinized, you're like, oh, like my boundaries, my this or that. That's not how it works. Because like,
See that, and that is why you are a rapist, because you believe that.
Well, can I?
No,
what are the
that's not how rape
impacts of
works.
Dilly's opinion? Right? What is it doing? Are people saying, "Oh, Dilly's right," and now they're all
Yeah.
running to Dilly?
you know, Samisco like had this one issue a couple days ago, and it was like impacted by Dilly said something, Splenzo said something. It's misinformation. That's how misinformation works. So yes, you guys have already had in your channel issues that have arose just from baseless allegations. And the thing is, if you have an allegation, prove it. And if you can't prove it, then that's the weakness of your position. You don't actually have a position. You're just emotional.
Well,
It-
no
it
one
feels
cares
like
about
they're
what
obliged
your
when
opinion is on the position, because, I mean, you're blocked. Like, I don't communicate with you. So I
That
don't know
doesn't
why
actually
you are,
make
you know,
sense, Dilly.
coming on here to talk to, you know, try to rape me like you did Shanoa and Art or
What does
whoever.
rape mean to you?
Ooh.
Because it doesn't seem like you're actually talking about sexual violence.
Like I said, that's all you're
Wait,
getting
what?
out of me.
Dilly, can I ask you a question?
You've asked
Are
me
we
all
listen-
these questions. What do you
Can I be
want?
plain? Are we disambiguating sexual violence versus rape? Is that the disambiguation point here?
That's what she just said.
I
That's
thought
what
we're
I'm asking.
trying to conflate somebody starting like rumors and then being scrutinized about that with rape. I think when we're saying rape, we're not actually talking about rape. We're talking about losing an argument.
And you said the same thing to these people. These people that accused you of rape on Sophie's stream. You said, "Oh, she doesn't know what rape is."
Yes, that's
What,
correct.
so
And
what
then
the
she
fuck does
basically
sexual
verbatim
violence
said-
have to do with that?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, so are you trying to say rape means something that's not sexual violence?
No,
what's the
I'm
difference?
asking what
What's the
you mean.
delineator?
It sounded like you're positing sexual violence is something contrarian to rape, but now I see you're trying to use it as the definition. So maybe it was just a miscommunication.
Yeah, I'm pretty much saying that Dilly loses arguments. Whenever he loses arguments, he calls me a rapist.
If I
No,
recall,
well, it was the first thing I said to you tonight.
there was I was hearing y'all talk about this a while ago, or not super long ago, but from my understanding, whatever did happen, it was like an encounter of some sort, right? That
With
was,
what? Me?
I think, yeah, that you apologized for. If I remember, you were like,
No.
"Oh,
Can I tell you the story? I apologize to
It-
cut you off. Can I just tell you straight up?
yeah, let's real quick."
So more or less, a whole bunch of people in 2019 got drugged and assaulted, and instead of the community kind of like doing anything about that, they pretty much set me up to take the fall for it. And they didn't actually tell me what the actual allegations were. When I asked, they're like, "Oh, it's not our story to tell. The story belongs to the victims. But you know, rest assured, this isn't transphobia. Blah 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 blah." And I was like, "That's kind of weird." And it was related around me getting on this TV show called Street Fighter League, and it just kind of came out of nowhere. There were no real allegations, and if you actually look at my apology, I don't really know what's going on. But at the time, I'm being like accused in private circles of drugging girls, and I don't actually know what the real story is, but I know I haven't done anything extreme like that. So I mean vaguely, if I made anybody feel uncomfortable, I apologize, which is not the same as admitting to rape.
Right, but and if all you made someone uncomfortable, like how would they be uncomfortable? Would be the next question anyone would ask. Like, what do you mean you made them uncomfortable? Like, you
It's
would
how
hit
they
on
feel. Like,
or they
You don't want to hear her answer to this. She's going to say, "Oh well, if you've never struck out with a girl, you know you're better than me. But I have slept with 100 women."
Well, I mean,
No.
if it's like I shot my shot and you just kept shooting shots, yeah, people are gonna get uncomfortable. Is that necessarily?
no. That's not what it was. It's like you have to remember, like I'm transgender
Yeah, that
as
would
well, so
constitute
it's like
as harassment.
there's gonna be times
But
where
not
people
rape.
are like trans women are women, and there's gonna be other times where like they're gonna conveniently reinterpret me as male and say that this was some sort of sex pest, and people would say things kind of on the side like, oh, the guilty's got a little bit of man in her or some shit like that. So it really would be like associated with people's like bias and bigotry, where somebody would have like more or less a consensual engagement, and we would like come to a point to where somebody does like establish a boundary, but somebody establishing a boundary doesn't necessarily mean you're breaching their comfort zone. even if they communicate it and you like reciprocate, or not reciprocate, even if you adapt to that, you're still like you have to accept that you've made some sort of a miscalculation to bring yourself to that position.
So
And I think that's sorry.
Are you saying that your apology was just for being trans and people not being able to handle it?
Kind of, more or less, yes.
Okay, but it was done at a time when there was
The lensing.
yeah, like the whatever it's called, the drugging or whatever was going on.
Yes. So this happened like the week afterwards.
Okay, and then I don't mean to interrupt, but I will for a second because so then the next question is so what? They're two separate situations, right? But what prompted your apology?
Capcom had emailed me saying that, well, because I was supposed to be on Street Fighter League.
Okay.
So I was supposed to, like, I gave them my passport information on Friday. I was supposed to fly out on Monday. And
Father Majima wants to know if LTG gave her that double stack with some Matrix juice.
so I gave them my passport information on Friday. And then on Monday, like, I noticed maybe like 10, 15, like, FGC girls had unfriended me. So I was like, okay, something's wrong. And I contacted people, and I just kind of got like the roundabout of like, oh, there's like this open secret of this thing that you did at Evo, and we can't say what it is because it's not our story to tell, and blah 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 blah. And everybody's kind of like going back and forth until eventually it's told to me that I'm being blamed for drugging by the same girl who initially said that like Flo had drugged her, but it was kind of just in this like Women of the FGC chat, and they kind of like circulated their stories in a way where maybe if I had like flirted with them and they weren't like into it or whatever, it kind of
Quintarian, that's the
recontextualizes.
same way I feel. I'm not touching that situation with a 40-foot pole no more.
It recontextualized that situation
All
as
right.
sorry.
No, I get it. All right, so from my understanding, you was at Evo or whatever the event was, and whatever. Say you saw someone was looking good or whatever, you was just talking or being flirty or whatever, but that was like seems like the extent of it for the most part.
AJ, Ayo Richie just rated with 35.
But then people that already have an issue, so yeah,
Yeah.
my man was saying lenses. So one, it's at a crazy situation. Now I'm not on your side or against your side because I don't know. I'm not there. These are the situations where I'm like, if a person has a allegation, then they need to be the
Okay,
one
I
fucking
don't mean to
being at the
interrupt
head of
you.
it.
Really,
But-
really
Ayo,
sorry, but
Richie,
I think I
let's
should
go.
acknowledge
Hey.
Ayo Richie. He's a huge Tekken player, and he
Ayo,
just
Richie.
rated me with 35. So I do want to like say like, hey, thank you, Ayo Richie. Really appreciate it. Let me get a shout out for you. Yeah, sorry. I hate whenever I'm on these discussion things and you know something like that happens. So I really don't mean to interrupt you, Reborn. But yeah,
you
go
don't have
ahead.
to do your deed as a streamer.
Oh, you good? Richie's cool, peoples.
So, you know, I feel like kind of my issue with Dilly has been like, as I've experienced personally, like I've been on the receiving end of quite a bit of like sexual harassment where maybe people misread certain signals in me where, I'm autistic or whatever. So if I'm making like extended eye contact, people
You
like,
are not
comment and try to-
autistic. You are not autistic.
people like come in and try to make out with me, and I'm like, whoa, like that's too much. So it's like I understand people will make these mistakes, but it often seems in my personal experience that the people who insist that they are, you know, completely understand boundaries and this and that are the same people who violated my boundaries like time and again. And then with that,
Well, you ain't say shit until they said shit.
with that, they also would like kind of sorry, I kind of lost my
You
train
ain't
of thought.
you ain't say shit till Capcom do the fuck off the tour.
No, that's actually not true because I did speak out.
Yeah,
in
that is actually
2018.
true. That is
No.
actually true. You were always the predator.
No, that's falsifiable. I'm sorry.
All
I
right, so
can show you like it's
All right,
me.
so-
Why
Pull
is
up
that
3CT,
falsifiable?
you know. Go to Japan.
I can show you. I think I've
Go
like
to Japan.
Sophie, I've
It
showed
sounds like
you
they're
this
fishing for
specifically.
something, so give them the opportunity to pull that up.
No, that's okay. And yeah,
I mean, I'm,
it
yeah.
sounds like there's still a lot of ambiguity of allegations and shit, which is kind of like what the fuck, like. So, but
I definitely don't
I
like the
think-
ambiguity of it, man. I agree.
No, I know, but it doesn't look like it's this fight belongs here. If that makes any sense. Not to say that it
No,
doesn't need to
it's-
happen, but
Well, I mean, there is.
It's in the
because-
definitely
channel
not
where
the
people are
core
talking
discussion.
about.
Wait, well, guilty. A lot of guilty's
With who?
like members have what's it called? Kind of came to my server with Dilly and stuff like that. So, guilty has a connection there, and
Oh,
I don't know the.
okay.
I definitely don't know the full
Yeah.
extent of things. I would love to get to the bottom of it.
So, like,
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Sophie, I'm sending you a DM right now. This is something I tweeted out in 2018.
Okay.
So I have discussed this, and like what Dilly's saying is falsifiable. I apologize, Dilly, but you're just incorrect, like factually incorrect. So
I
I've
don't care.
discussed.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not banned.
I mean, would you like to be?
I mean, like I said, you try it. You try it, cunt. Try
I mean, okay, so you've said a lot
At
of
least
things.
it was gender affirming.
it. Yeah, I am. I do respect her pronouns. And I would not call her gay, no, but yeah.
Good shit,
Yeah,
man.
but
Good shit.
you should probably not a rapist.
I
if you
wish
don't
Pride
actually
Month
be a
was. I wish
rapist.
Pride Month were 4 days
mean,
longer
that's crazy.
until America's birthday.
Like, okay, so Dilly, who did I rape? Who did I rape, Dilly?
You did a lot of raping.
Who?
You did there
one.
because I can't imagine 100. You said you've slept with 100 girls. I can't imagine 100 girls who would put up with your ass.
Okay.
I did it every day for nearly a year.
Okay, so that you don't actually have anything, is what you're saying.
You could have raped me, and I might not remember it.
Okay, yeah.
I
See,
think-
I think
what is that?
that's
Wait,
not how
what?
this works.
Oh,
Okay,
because
this
of,
this
like,
might
drugging
be
and
why
stuff.
Dilly is a little bit problematic.
we need more.
Like, okay, Dilly, you admitted to like throwing a case of a client because your like superior lawyers told you that that was a trash human being and blah 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 blah. Like, you've admitted to a lot of things in my stream
Oh,
that
really?
are highly questionable.
There's
Yeah.
no way.
I do that all the time. I do that all the time, Sophie.
Really? Okay.
I throw cases all the time.
Well,
Mm,
sure,
no,
but
I'm
I
just
mean,
kidding.
isn't it your
That's,
duty
like-
to, to represent someone? I mean, they're counting on you, you know?
Oh yeah, I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose. That's
Oh,
my.
you're
That's why.
not
I got in
breaking
the position.
like lawyer-client
No.
confidentiality on somebody else's
So-
stream.
No.
I'm gonna post this
Yeah.
actually in the general with drama so everybody can see it. So I'm just gonna like kind of go through
Okay.
like what I've
That's
got
what she did.
there. But then like I also kind of want to talk about like how the situation like Arturo was very much influenced by Dilly. Yeah, there's a whole lot of
Yeah,
things,
yeah.
man.
The
Actually, so
I was
like,
the one that was controlling Art from the beginning. I was the one that pulled all of the strings.
no,
Yeah,
he's
but
not.
still-
That's not actually true.
Yes, I am. That's what you just said, bitch. That's what you
So
just said.
what
He's being
actually-
satirical.
influential.
There is you really didn't think he was being serious with that, right? Like
I
there's
understand.
no way.
Yes, we're on the same page.
Yes, she really did. She's autistic, remember? She's not fucking autistic. She's stupid.
Mate, I am actually autistic, and I still picked up on.
Yeah, that's why so am I.
Yes. So what's your point?
That you're not. You're stupid.
Okay. So you don't have a point.
Are you deaf?
Okay, so moving on. We're going to
Pick a
talk about the
struggle.
Arturo issue.
Pick a struggle.
Where I'm going to post that on the channel as well. He pretty much just says that he instigated situations with Arturo just for attention.
Holy
Which
shit.
is, I want to
If
go back
you guys
to
want to
when he
see
was
this,
talking-
join the Discord right now.
when
The
we're
Discord
talking
is
about like
going to
what
be
he actually
popping.
did. But we're talking about like how he actually participated, not like. You know,
And
the-
ironically, we're pointing new users to the drama channel.
Uh-huh.
I can't
Well,
stress
no.
how
Yeah,
ironic
put it
this
in.
is.
Put it in no drama. Put it in no drama.
I
No,
can't
put it
stress
in
how
the-
ironic
I was
Put it in
just
drama.
kidding.
this goes
Yeah.
counter to
It
everything.
is
Yeah, put it
drama.
in
It has no
drama.
place.
Yeah.
It has no
Relax,
place in no drama.
He's trying to
It has
get
no place in
guilty,
no drama.
Welcome to
But
ASG.
the whole
Have
thing about
myself.
this is like it's like we were talking about community moderation, and now we've literally just injected like actual. I mean, it's receipts. This is going to be a bonfire. It's going to be a bonfire. There's no other way of looking at it. There's no other way of looking at it. No matter who is right, who is wrong, it is a bonfire. like everybody will go to the drama channel. Period.
Yeah, pull up. Come fuck with your
Yeah,
boy.
I mean,
I'm
but
there
if you
all the
don't want
time.
to, if you guys cannot handle this sort of drama, then fair warning. Don't go to the drama channel. It's really
Yeah,
that
yeah,
simple.
yeah.
Now this is a
If
verbal warning.
you're
This is
here
a
for
verbal
the
warning.
Tekken,
Now,
go to
once we do
self-esteem.
this, like assuming that you do, like that you do make an onboarding and make it like what Dilly was saying, which I do firmly agree with, is like just make it something that you have to
Yeah.
onboard like optionally on, like.
Mm.
Having that specifically, it doesn't have to be anything more. You don't need legalese to be like, hey, yo, guys, you probably are going to be offended. So maybe just check yourself before you come in here. That type of thing. Just plain and simple will work. But that's like bringing the conversation back to where it is, but I'm taking away from where the conversation was derailed. So I'll allow it to be derailed further.
Yes. So, yes, if you're here from AO Richie's, pull up to the Discord. It goes down.
So, Dilly, there's basically two options. Either, like, we can accept that we can speak prescriptively and descriptively, or you're going to kind of be selective on who you assign that agency to. And it seems like you
I
are
have no idea what you
yourself.
just said. Shut the hell up. I have no idea what you
But
said.
so, I was kind of confused.
I will then
myself,
define
to be honest.
what I meant. So then, like, for example, if me saying, okay, well, I apologize for making people uncomfortable equates to me admitting to rape in Dilly's mind, then I'm not able to make a descriptive statement of my own. I am prescribing like something more active. So I'm saying more, like I'm not allowed to just describe kind of how I feel. I have to sort of meet like a certain standard,
Hey, yo,
and that
Grady
standard doesn't
Judd's
necessarily make
custom's
sense.
kind of fire.
Sorry?
Mm-hmm.
I was just talking about Grady Judd's custom on screen. It's kind of fire. Sorry, I thought it was on mute.
Yeah,
No, it's okay.
he's
Well,
got that drip.
totally on top.
He's got
So
that
in
drip.
that context,
That's embarrassing.
like Dilly
That
joking
was
about
embarrassing.
how he would make deep fakes of me and stuff like that. It's like,
No, I
is
got
he
so many
joking?
deep fakes of Blake Guilty. So many deep fakes. I got a
Is
whole
he
goddamn folder.
joking, or does he mean exactly what he's saying? Because if he has the ability to joke it, like to mean what he says and also not mean what he says, then he has the ability to be prescriptive and descriptive. But if me saying, "Oh, I apologize for making people uncomfortable," with no other context means that I raped people, then I'm being I can only be prescriptive.
Well,
That's
what
what
have you gone to jail for?
That
Did
means you need
actually
drugs
like get
from a
like,
doctor?
is there proof that you rape people or not? Like that's really like the end game.
No,
right?
there isn't. Yeah, it's just if you can't prove it, then stop saying it.
Or what?
He's being accused of a crime.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
I'm
how
sorry?
it works, man. It's the
I'm
law
serious.
of parsimony. We're actually talking about crimes here, man. This is
Yeah,
like,
yeah, but,
this,
like, Dilly,
would you
like,
call
it's literally,
Occam's
like,
razor in
slander,
the
right?
debate?
Yeah. If
Yeah,
it's hurting,
it's more than slander.
Yeah.
It's
And
yeah.
if it's hurting guilty's
It's
not
like you're
good,
sitting.
dude.
actual business and stuff like that, then like if it's
Guilty
like,
doesn't have
Oh,
a
you mean-
business. She doesn't even fucking train.
Dude, like you know, like
Dilly
doesn't do anything.
man. I fuck
Dilly
with you,
doesn't
dude.
know
I
that.
fuck with you. But what I'm trying to say here, man, is like this is falling into what we all know, like at least in a debate space. And it's only referred to as this as Occam's razor. It's the burden of evidence falls upon the accuser, but within the court of law, it's called the law of parsimony. That it's very, and what we're talking about right now is some very serious, like legal inferences, like perhaps even
Well, then she should
allegations.
sue me. The bitch should
So-
sue me.
one of the
And there
reasons why.
is, this thing is, it's still, the burden still falls upon you. So no matter what space it's in, the law of parsimony and Occam's razor are the same thing. They may have different names, but they are the same thing. And they say this: the burden of proof.
You are
falls upon the accuser.
100% correct.
I don't mean to be that dude at all, man, because I fuck with you, man. You promised me like a drunk ass like cold like juicy lollipop thing tomorrow, and like I'm not gonna make it, obviously.
You're not
Yeah.
going to make it?
First of all, I wish I could. Man. I really do.
Well,
I
more
really do.
rum for me. If I
It's
die of
hot,
alcohol poisoning, it is
it's
on you. The
So I have
blood is
another
on
thing
your
to say.
hands.
here in Virginia. It's
I have
hard
another
to
thing to
tell
say.
here in Virginia made, but all the same. And I just want to be. I want to be critical, man. I have to be. It's just. It's in my moral code. It's just
Yeah.
like. It's just like when you say these type of things, man. Like
And
It's-
I respect that.
my
I
whole
respect
point.
your
My
right.
whole point. it doesn't matter even what timeline we were in what situation or circumstance, the same rule has applied in different ways, whether it be Occam's razor or the law of parsimony. It's still the same rule. Like, we have to have evidence. Like, that's serious. Like, it's serious. Like,
Well,
I
like
would
I said,
absolutely look at this person in a completely different way if what you say is true, and that's high value information, and that's why the law of parsimony exists.
So I actually have other.
Yeah, and
examples.
Valindian
Shut
was the
fuck
first
up.
one.
Dilly, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. I'm talking. I'll let you talk. So, Dilly,
Guilty
Dilly,
is trying to
Dilly,
have an honest
Dilly,
conversation.
Dilly,
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 because
Dilly,
they don't feel the
Dilly,
need to provide
Dilly,
evidence.
Dilly,
So
Dilly,
the thing about that
Dilly,
is, yes,
Dilly,
Valindian, that is
Dilly,
exactly what
Dilly,
I'm doing.
Dilly,
Dilly,
I have told
Dilly,
Guilty
Dilly,
that I did not
Dilly,
want to
Dilly,
talk to
Dilly,
The
her.
fact they've
Dilly,
maintained the
Dilly,
consistent
Dilly,
description
Dilly,
is
This is
Dilly,
her way of
impressive.
Dilly,
segueing.
Dilly,
Okay,
Dilly, Dilly.
I'm gonna mute. Well, you know, Dilly did have a chance to talk, so I'll listen to Guilty for now. You know, yeah. Go ahead.
So Dilly's done other things as well in like his group. So whenever we're talking about his group, I mean Ghost Feather and like Splinzo. I was not involved in my group, but Amy as well. And it's like they did a lot of things with like. There's this person named Allie in my channel, and she's a teacher. And they looked up her Facebook to call her a pedophile, and they were threatening to contact her school, and a whole bunch of like other stuff like that to tell people that she was, again, like a pedophile. And like there's a history of like these behaviors with these like extreme kind of like accusations that can actually impact people. And you know that's actually what got them like kicked from the group. Is just like I was very tolerant with like the moderation, and I'm telling you this as a warning, like Sophie, is this did escalate where I permitted it with like like I let the banner rock, whatever.
Yeah.
And then it started getting to a point to where you would have like multiple instances where they would threaten people. They would say, oh, this person's a pedophile, we're going to contact the school, or we're going to this or that. And you wouldn't have any actual like justification. Or at the same time, they would be doing things that, racial harassment was a big thing. And, talking about Palestine, like the pro-genocide and shit like that.
So actually, I want to add on to your point there. So this isn't just a thing exclusive to specific groups of people we're talking about and discussing right now. This is a thing that happens very often. People basically call up people who have no time or want to put in the effort to check into things specifically, and then they just say, oh, this person did this thing, and they get enough people accusing them that they have to do damage control. And because they're not really in a position where they either want to do research or vet the actual information, they make a decision in the moment, and they end up punishing people who don't deserve to be punished for things they've never done before. And the problem with letting people who do that kind of stuff be pervasive within your community is that it will eventually lead to a situation where people are just negatively impacted by them for no fault of their own. And it's kind of like threatening violence or threatening any form of disenfranchisement leads to problems. And so free speech, while that is technically free speech, it's honestly like it's destructive speech.
Yeah.
And it's gonna cause issues, it's gonna cause fractures, it's gonna make people not want to converse, it's gonna make certain people feel empowered to continue doing it, and it's gonna cause problems. If you don't want your community to divulge into like a bunch of people lying about other people and creating a bunch of rumors and whatnot, then you'll have to crack down on that kind of stuff. I don't know in these particular instances how much certain statements are justified, because I'm not into that drama or anything, but if no one is providing evidence for the situation, they're just saying a bunch of bullshit, honestly, I think that that's toxic and that shouldn't be allowed in general, like in any context, regardless. If they provide evidence and it's actually something that happened and someone should be punished for it, great, bring it to the fucking authorities. But if not, it's just some inter-server drama bullshit. Wait, what did you say?
Reverse point of inquisition if not true. If somebody makes like a false allegation against somebody and it's deemed false, like confirmably, then we have to reverse, like the counterpoint has to be presented. Why was it deemed? Like, why did you bring it up?
Well, yeah, again, if the person is doing that kind of stuff and there isn't any reason for them, or they're not willing to give a reason for it, then at that point they're just a destructive member of the community that's causing problems for everyone and everything, and
Net
completely,
negative.
yeah, it's just ruining the entire thing. It's making good conversation not happen because all the focus is on the bullshit that doesn't actually mean anything, and you're not punishing people for doing stuff that's causing problems, which leads them to continue doing it if it's something they enjoy doing, which there are plenty of people who like doing that stuff for one reason or another. So you need to make the rules for your community based upon specifically what you want your community to be talking about and doing. If you don't want people to be making rumors about other people and lying about bullshit and causing problems, you need to punish the behaviors that lead to that, regardless of whether or not it's free speech or not. Because the whole point is that you create incentive structures in order to achieve specific outcomes. What do you want out of your server? Figure that out, and then create an incentive structure based upon that that is propped up by the various different rules and moderation principles that you create.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Vladimir.
I
Yeah,
have something to
okay,
ask
go
Sophie
ahead.
actually.
Go ahead, yeah.
I agree.
So,
By the way, Dilly's
Sophie,
unmuted.
do
I
you
just,
feel like-
it was for
Hello,
that
Chief.
moment when they were
Finger
both like
snaps.
flooding the mic. We
Um,
can't have that because it's not
Poetry
useful for
finger snaps.
do
anybody.
you
But go ahead.
do you feel
that was the most
Sophie? Do you feel like okay? So you said I could go ahead. So I'm gonna talk over him if he talks over me. But do you feel like it's fair for people to say you're a racist, Sophie?
No, definitely not. Like, I
And
mean,
yet, do people still claim that?
okay, so
Oh,
I think it's kind
that's-
of, I think it's kind of
Say it,
fair in
Tommy.
the sense that I did say the
No.
NA word, but it's kind of weird how it's NA. Just
That's
thought
the
about that.
difference there.
You
Unless
said nigga.
unless
That's
there's
what it
something
is.
part of your story that you haven't told us yet, Guilty, it would be very different because Sophie did in fact say something that would imply it, but what you suggest is that nothing ever transpired to even suggest. So I would say it's not even remotely comparable, truthfully, in terms of point
at
of
all,
parity.
at all. I don't know why she
No,
went
that's
there.
how. So that's the reason why you don't know why I would say that is because I'm going somewhere with this that is
She's
trying
talking
to.
about spreading false information about people. Like calling Sophie racist is objectively not true because she's not racist.
But it's
And the
coming,
reasons why
from an
people are-
inaccurate base point.
Well, yeah,
So
again,
you-
and
you
she's using it as a
know what
point
If,
of
Belinda
if,
comparison.
said?
if it goes to suggestion in the actual, like, you
Can I talk?
do what you want to do.
Can I
yeah,
talk?
for sure, mate, for sure.
So I'm building off of what Valindian said. So you
Okay.
obviously don't know what I'm trying to say. So I would love you to understand what I'm trying to say. I'd love us to be on the same page, but I feel like I need to be given kind of the room to be able to make a case. And I apologize if I'm not coming with like a certain like brevity that you're looking for. So I apologize again. But I'm
That's
trying to
respectful
address
as hell.
Sophie.
My apologies.
I'm trying to address Sophie about something because I feel like we do have a common cause here. I do believe that there is a commonality here. I believe that Sophie will be able to empathize with my perspective. So even if it is difficult for me, you or Dilly, you guys in this specific instance are not my intended audience or recipient of
I'm
the message that I'm
listening.
trying to give. So with Sophie, I'm trying to say you have these people, building off of what Valindian just said, who will kind of write you off. They have no real interest
Yeah.
in understanding who you are or anything like that. They just have condemnation in their hearts. And I think that is actually very counterproductive just to your like development forward to facilitate a community that kind of enshrines and protects the ability to make false accusations that really do harm you in various ways, because you are not the same person that you were 5 years ago. You won't be the same person
Yeah.
that, like, in 5 years you won't be the same person that you are now. And you know, if you maybe at some point did have some ignorance to you, you have the ability to learn, you have the ability to grow, you have the ability to challenge and reflect upon yourself, and you have the ability to look at yourself, oh, you know what, I did cross some boundaries. And whenever we're talking about like boundaries and stuff like that, there is quite a bit of vagaries whenever we talk about how everybody
Okay, on
else
this note,
approaches
I
these
do
things.
have to
I'm being
go. I
interrupted,
will
I'm
be in
talking.
the drama chat and the stream. I will be in the
All
drama
right.
chat and the stream. I had
Alright,
fun hanging
thanks
out
for
with all of
joining
you
us,
except for
Dilly.
Guilty.
But so
Later,
he
mate.
makes it a point. He's like,
So
I
I'm
like,
gonna
I like
Yeah.
everybody
Fuck you,
but
girl.
guilty. Who have that so that's what he say.
Oh.
Okay. So alright, let me think about, so you're saying that we can empathize because, you know, basically we're both had been through like people saying bullshit about us. Now okay, when people say false information, like for example, I think some of the things people say in Tekken is false, you know? But they're allowed in my channel. Like, it's not something that, like, I feel like it's up to, you know, the audience, or at least I would like to cultivate an audience that where I don't have to tell them what's true and false. You know what I'm saying?
Well, okay, so the problem
Incorrect
with,
information isn't
so just
moral.
to be clear on it, so the reason why people are able to continue saying a bunch of bullshit and people believe it is because it creates this ecosystem. When one person says something that has some degree of credibility, or people believe for one reason or another, they start spreading a bunch of bullshit around. Everyone starts saying that, and it becomes exponentially more difficult to disprove it. You're in a position in which you can probably disprove it if you did it in a more calculated way, like, for example, through YouTube videos debunking the false information. But since you don't do that, your community is going to continue to say a bunch of bullshit that isn't true. And this is specifically in regards to Tekken, but it also applies to other things. And so there's going to be an assumed consensus on things being a certain way when they're not actually that way. And you have to either consistently and constantly disprove it, or have something there that's evergreen that can always be ready and be like, hey, go to this video, look at this thing they're saying is bullshit. Then you don't have to do anything, and eventually, if enough people are exposed to that video, people will no longer say a bunch of bullshit in relation to that topic.
Yeah,
So if you
but
really want to stop that kind
my-
of stuff from happening and
yeah, what
cultivate a
I'm
community that
wondering
can
is,
do
like, should
that,
those
you need to
people be
take
allowed in
more
my
concentrated
community?
efforts to do that.
Like, because Guilty is
Well, the
saying...
thing is,
Yeah.
they should be.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Well, again,
But how do
if
you
you want them
identify
there,
them? Like that? Then that's the question. If that's the
I'm
truth.
not suggesting anything punitive, to be honest. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I said this
I-
to you, like Sophie,
yeah.
personally. It's like I have the ability to sit here and handle Dilly. As long as I'm allowed to be able to sit there and handle it, that's fine with me. Like, you don't necessarily need to step in and, you know,
Okay.
ban somebody or something like that.
it's,
But
it's more so your actions determine what people are rewarded and punished for doing, and you need to figure out what exactly you want, and you need to find the steps to get what you want, which goes back to what rules are there. If you don't want people to say certain things or do certain things, create an incentive structure that prevents them from wanting to do that. If people are constantly saying some bullshit, regardless of what it's related to, and you don't particularly like that, then make an environment in which that's not the case. That can be through punishing people, it could be through incentivizing different ways of, you know, actually speaking the truth and whatnot. It all depends on what specifically the problem is and how you need to deal with it. So identify what's causing the problem and then fix it. That
Isn't
could be by
isn't
being
that
punitive, it
creating
could be by not being
an echo
punitive.
chamber, though?
Well, again,
No.
if the
No.
if the incentive structure is designed in a way to keep out new ideas, then it is creating an echo chamber. But if the incentive structure is designed simply to find truth, then it's not creating an echo chamber, because people are able to say stuff, but there is a system in place for people to get clarity as to what the actual truth is, and they make decisions on what they think afterwards.
Well, yeah,
Not
but,
everyone always aligns or
like,
believes
you're
things
saying
that are
maybe
true
I should
because
have
they're
the,
diluted.
the structure set up to where, you know, people are
Again,
are not saying falsehoods, but their falsehoods are my opinion. Like, if I were to set up a structure that says "Don't call me racist," people are allowed to think I'm racist. I know I'm not.
well, again,
Plenty of people know I'm not. But
well,
yeah.
again, yeah, but the problem is that if enough people think you're racist and everyone keeps saying you're racist, people who would otherwise not think you're racist will start believing you're racist. So if you don't want people to think that you're racist, you need to crack
This
down
is-
on that behavior.
Well, Indian
How you
isn't
do
wrong.
that, you can do it a lot of different ways.
so
but
my
it
question
depends
is,
on what
why
you
does this
want.
have to be punitive?
It
I don't
doesn't have
understand
to be
why.
punitive.
Like, yeah, it's like, to me, this entire conceptualization seems to be about, like, you know, running to mommy to get help, whenever that's not necessarily where the conversation
No,
needs to
that's
start.
exactly. And I do agree with Satan and Joy on this. Like, that's what I was talking about when I was talking about hierarchical structures. Like, even when they got the
Hierarchical
office of the
process is a
president, like that, you never actually did get the CEO. Obviously, it was just an invisible, like, tier 4. It was an invisible tier 4 that just you know, they had the smooth speak, like they're the
Dialectical
smooth
process
operators.
involves somebody
Like-
having a thesis and then having an antithesis,
Yeah.
and then you like take the thesis and the antithesis, and you find out where the truth lies in either, and then you find a synthesis of those two ideas, and you iterate on that with a new thesis, and then you find a new antithesis, and you just keep on iterating on that. That's how things really should be in terms of, like, if you want free speech, you should think about the actual structure of debate in the way that, like, conversation has like a certain teleological process where it does move towards a certain like result, and you need to be like familiar with that process. And I feel like you need to think about how you can facilitate
So-
the discussion without trying to stamp down on it. And like the way that it is right now
Yeah.
is if you have the majority of people, not the majority, but like the people who are posting, like predominantly giving the information, are saying that like you know, for example, I'm a rapist, then that becomes kind of the status quo, and that does become an echo chamber.
Correct.
It is an echo
Yeah.
chamber.
No.
As it is right
Because it
now,
was put out into the ether.
as it is right now, your current structure is an echo chamber. So if you do not want it to be an echo chamber, you need to think about how you can engineer it to not be an echo chamber. Because currently, you are creating an echo chamber.
How am
And
I?
you know, it's like you sit
How
there,
am I
like
creating an echo chamber
Yes.
when I'm
Okay, so-
inviting
Sophie,
the exact
No,
opposite opinion?
Enjoy
Wait.
misspoke.
You know what I'm
Enjoy.
saying?
She meant to say facilitating. I'm pretty sure.
Wait,
I'm pretty
wait,
sure
hold on,
she meant
okay.
to say facilitating, not creating.
Let me
right?
try to
You meant
translate.
facilitating.
Hold on, let me try to translate what she's saying because I don't know if Sophie fully understands what. Because
I think it's
I
just
can
a
understand how
singular
to be confusing.
word.
I-
So
I think
I
it's
don't-
just a singular word.
I don't think
really.
I'm
again,
I think it's
creating-
facilitating, possibly.
yeah facilitating an echo chamber.
Creating
maybe.
very,
But
very
I'm
okay, can you please?
constantly
Okay,
yeah,
looking
Ghost,
for
creating
opposing
creating is
please
very
stop
different from
talking,
facilitating.
please.
Yeah.
Like
Sorry.
I just want to go one-on-one with Sophie for a second here. I need to. Okay, so think about it this way. Do you enjoy the discussions people have in your server? Do you like it when
Absolutely.
people accuse other people of doing certain things? So you like it when people accuse people of lies and spread falsehoods everywhere, or people who think that certain things that are unproven are true and just go with it? Do you like that?
I mean, I don't particularly like lies and falsehoods, but people, like, for example, the whole
Okay,
season
so-
2 thing,
Again,
like, they spread lies and falsehoods, and I like to create an environment to invite
you
those
care-
people.
yeah, but do you care about people saying what they think more than people saying things that are true? Which one do you care more about?
I care more about people saying what's true.
Okay, so the environment that you currently have, because of the way things are regulated, does not lead to that because it creates a situation where people can spread rumors very easily because
Okay,
there's no
tell me
significant levels of
precisely
moderation in
how
the
the
ways it needs to
environment
be.
is regulated and why it doesn't lead to that.
If you don't crack down on people for constantly lying about things and spreading misinformation, they will continue to spread misinformation until a point in which it's so much harder to prove that they're lying or to show the opposite that people will just stop engaging with it, and then all that will be there is the lies and bullshit.
I think that's a much simpler way to put it.
Okay, like my question was,
Yeah.
okay, so there's an environment that is regulated, and you're saying it leads to it because I'm not cracking down on it, right? And so I would
So
say
again-
That's not what I'm saying. Just to be clear, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, okay, wait. Yeah, it's probably different than what Guilty's
Yeah,
saying.
this is
but-
not my point.
Yeah.
So this
I
is a
think
different
that's
point.
creating an echo chamber.
Yeah. Okay, so again, an echo chamber is just is a chamber where people are all saying the same things. You can have an echo chamber of people saying things that are true, and you can have an echo chamber of people saying things that are false. At this moment, you are trying to avoid an echo chamber where people say things that are true in order to get an echo chamber where people are saying things that
Yeah,
are
but
false.
what if they disagree
not regulating
and
it
it's not easy to
severely
tell
enough-
who's telling the truth? Like, I would want to still have
Well,
those
then-
people in
no,
the
again-
So
I mean,
I think
that's
it's
the
so.
caveat.
You gotta
Whoa, 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 whoa,
for not providing evidence
hold
and
up.
information.
This is about like Dilly calling me a rapist for a second. So hold up. It is verifiably true that that's not like he's just being emotional. Like he's just talking out of his ass. It's like we were literally here. And it's like, okay, well, I'm a rapist. He says I'm a rapist. Well, why does he say that? Well, you know, and he just flounders. He flubs on it. He has no actual like discussion. There is no discussion. Like as I described before, dialectical process. You got a thesis, you got antithesis, and you have those ideas kind of battle it out. And the ideas aren't actually battling it out. There is no actual like discussion.
One
There's
side
no
is not
discourse.
providing any truth,
All
and the
parts
other
It's
of
side,
labels.
yeah, one
Law
side is
of
providing no
parsimony.
truth, and the other side is unable to prove that they're not providing truth because you can't prove that negative. Like it's just like it's someone's like, okay, what's the evidence for me doing this thing? They don't provide the evidence. If everyone believes the person is not providing the evidence, you just created an environment where people are echoing lies and bullshit.
You got like 5 or 6 people just shouting me down saying, oh, we don't care about you, rapist, blah, 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 this and that. And then other people actually start to believe this and it starts to infect your community. So, I mean, that's just a reality. You have to look at as it is. You need to take like fault out of it, out of the equation, and just be transparent about what's actually happening. Which is, like, for me, I would just like Dilly to admit that he's wrong. That's pretty much all I want. I don't want him to be banned. I don't want him to be like anything like that. I would like just more or less some sort of a condition where he has to except that if he can't back up his claim is forfeit. That's it. So for me, I think it's completely excessive and unnecessary to go through these other stages of, banning or moderation. I don't think moderation is required. But
he
I
seemed
do
to agree. He said he agreed with me when I talked about the law of parsimony, which is literally Occam's razor. I was like, dude, no matter what timeline, no matter what
Yeah, but it's not gonna stop him. He's still gonna do it.
But he's like, it was a good point. I don't know.
He's still gonna do it.
Does
So
it get better?
what's the point? If he agrees, but he still does it, what's the point?
You know what? I'm gonna call her out because Sophie just created an echo chamber during the past hour on the stream because no evidence
How?
was provided of a crime. And if we are tolerating slandering of crimes on stream,
Okay, so
uh,
I'm just going to say this and I'm going to leave because I don't think I can really do anything here. So, Sophie, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying because I'm trying to get more specific on something. I'll just talk to you later about it. I'm going to leave now because I think that you splitting your attention and having to deal with multiple people and talking over each other constantly is diluting the actual conversation and leading to you not being able to actually process everything and then respond properly to it. Like, I don't think you actually understand what I'm trying to say right now because of all the other bullshit going on. So I'm just going to head out. Don't take offense to it. I want to talk to you about this later at some point, but it
Sure.
has to be one-on-one because I don't think I can do it in this situation.
Okay, so just
All right, I'll see y'all
to-
later. It was great talking.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming
Guilty,
on.
guilty. I understand what you're going through.
Okay, let me
You're
let
going
me
through the
ask you
same
a
thing Sophie went
question.
through. I don't.
Like, if I understand, let me try to reiterate
yeah.
it. So, what's causing the echo chamber is basically because I'm allowing slander. Is that? Am I understanding
Yes,
that?
you're allowing the slander to echo.
Yeah.
Yes, you're allowing the slander to echo.
Okay. So if I have a space where I'm not denying people to disprove, for example, guilty can come in here and she has that's assuming she has the evidence, right? To
Well,
disprove.
there's a problem. How do you prove
Dilly.
that you didn't do something?
Like, anyways, that's
You need
not
to prove
an
that you
echo
didn't do
chamber.
something.
Well, I mean, she
Yeah.
absolutely
That's
could.
not always.
You
Okay,
got it
no,
backwards. You got it backwards.
no, Sophie, no, Sophie.
You have it backwards.
Okay, Sophie. Okay, if I
That's
come
inverse.
to you and I'm like, this person raped me, and I provide no evidence, and then everyone gets convinced for some
innocent-
reason that
innocent
that
until
person
proven
raped me.
guilty.
How? No. But again, no. The problem is
Exactly.
the problem is people are fucking retarded, and so they're gonna believe the rumors and lies without sufficient evidence and not look into things because they're fucking retarded. And the problem is there's so many fucking retarded
that's
people,
not
it
up
becomes
to
an
me.
echo chamber of retards saying retarded bullshit.
It's
No,
not
but
retarded. They're
here's the thing.
second screen kids. They're second
No,
screen kids.
here's
Just call
the
them
thing.
second screen kids.
Here's the thing. You can control that by being like, hey, you know when you're saying that slander, stop fucking slandering people. Stop
I
saying
do
bullshit.
whenever
Stop
I
spreading
have
lies.
the
Provide
facts,
evidence. And if
don't
you're not
No,
guilty,
no,
stop reiterating it.
that's not what I want. That's not what I want at all. So what I
No,
want in
no,
in this
yeah,
situation,
okay.
because this does revolve around what is happening with me specifically. I want to say, if he has a case to make, I want him to make his case. That's what I want. I want him
Well,
to make his
The
case.
problem
So
is
it's like,
he's not going to.
yeah. So
he's
then
dishonest.
I want that to be demonstrated. I want that absence of a case to be
And
demonstrated.
I'm just providing
Yeah.
a
So for me,
platform
what
Unless
I would
you
want
punish.
from you,
for
Sophie,
the free speech.
what I would want from you, Sophie, I want to be clear about what I want from you. I want you to present him an ability to make his case.
And
And if his
here I am.
case doesn't actually exist, no, I'm not asking you to do what you're doing right now. I'm asking something else of you. So there's a separate,
Yeah, I
there's
can
a
do a
separation here.
discussion stream, guilty.
So I'm talking about right now.
I can do.
Yeah, and I want him
I
to
can
make
look-
his case. I want
yeah.
him to make his case about rape.
Exactly. So if Dilly's out
And
there, make your case. We'll go through the history. I'll actually see what you guys
Oh my
can prove
God.
and not prove. And we'll do a different stream.
Uh,
Valentin
well-
may not like it, but
Do you
know,
also understand? I
no,
don't
no,
actually
it's
have to.
start
No,
from like a
it's-
core point of like establishing an initial argument. So it shouldn't have to go through the history. If he needs to go through like an entire history to establish a certain point, it's already off to a bad start. Going to be quite frank, because that's going
No,
into
that's-
character
that's-
damage.
It's biased against me. That's true.
Yeah, I know. I'm fundamentally
I need
aware.
to-
Trust
if
me.
I'm gonna
Trust
have
me. I've
a-
lived a varied life.
discussion
You're all
stream.
circling around what actually needs to be said here, and it's
That's-
really
that's-
irritating. I'm
that's
just
a
gonna go. I'll
consider-
talk about this later, Sophie.
So
Yeah,
okay,
it's
Sophie, you have to
considerably correct.
separate. You have to separate like something from an accusation versus like a civil matter. If it's a civil matter, then sure, go through like the history and all that. But that's not what this is. This is escalated to a certain point where he needs
This is
to
bad.
actually back up what he says. Like, he needs to be able to say, yes, I know, like, guilty raped someone because of X, Y, and Z. But here's the thing. I don't actually have to prove shit.
Exactly.
I don't have to
Innocent
justify
until proven
shit.
guilty.
He does.
Correct.
He is the one who has to make a case. And if he does not make a case, then he has done something wrong that is against the interest in the spirit of free speech.
Yes, this is well
Exactly.
beyond that point. This is well beyond.
And I
Well
totally
beyond
If
agree with
Dilly
that.
Sorry.
is unable,
Because
If
I
Billy's
kind of like Billy,
unable-
but this is bad. It's a bad thing to say, just freely.
especially whenever
Very
if
bad.
you actually look at it, I have like been maligned. Like, this has affected my career. This has affected my life in various ways. I have trauma from this. This isn't like a joke.
Yeah.
And like, I know like you've been affected similarly. So to me, this is just giving people who would detract from you with no consideration of like your growth or who you are or yourself as a human. You're really validating like people's discrimination against you, and I feel like that's not what you want to do. Like, I feel like when I say you are creating that, I'm not saying this as an accusation. I'm saying this like, hey, like I'm saying this as a person
I would
who
say
is
facilitating. Can we say facilitating, really?
no, I said creating, and I'm gonna stick by creating.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
And if
try
creating
and
makes her uncomfortable, then I'm going to stick by creating absolutely. Because
don't know,
I am being
whatever.
accused of raping somebody that I didn't actually. If I've been accused of raping somebody, then I don't see that me saying, like, creating is going too far. Like, we need to examine
No,
how
I-
language is used.
Well, I mean, but also that kind of suggests that you're strictly using that language out of malice, and it's not out of substantiated truth. And the only differential is specifically based on that said malice because of what is being said, instead
I
of
don't
what is
agree with that
actually
entailment.
happening.
I think that's kind of a bit of
Yeah, I
Mm, that's
appreciate that,
kinda
but
what you
I'm
essentially
not
said,
offended.
though, but-
And second of all, like,
But
like,
also, I agree.
yeah.
If that's the way you feel, that's fair. I'm not going to take that away from you. By the way, I'm sorry. That's not the point of interjection I was trying to make. I was partly finished, but yeah.
okay. But I was also talking to begin with, so
My bad.
no. I mean, I'll let you finish.
No, I did finish. I
Okay.
eventually went to that point.
I mean, my point for like Sophie is just that I think whenever you look at your self-interest, you want to like prioritize like how you want to think about how your inability to engage the dialectical process has been used by systems. Like the system has been invoked in order to suppress you, and you don't want to become the system that suppresses other people.
I'm not
But
becoming
through-
that system. Like, anybody, like, okay, an echo chamber would be, hey, all of these.
Unfortunately, I do
They're
think
like-
you are.
Well, I mean, okay, well, let me talk about it. So if I have like a group of people that all agree with one thing, then that's that's an echo chamber. Like, if we all think that Tekken is great or something, but that's not how my server is. Half the people think disagree with me, and they think that Tekken sucks and stuff. Like, it's not like okay.
I think everybody.
Go ahead.
Okay, so do people think that I'm like, if I sit there and say I'm not a rapist, will I get shouted down by several people saying that I'm a rapist? Yes, I will. Will there be people sitting there, oh, I don't actually think that's the case? No, there won't be. So that is like you're talking about Tekken, but I'm not talking about Tekken.
I'm going to be honest with you, Guilty. I've always gone off just what you said before I even knew you, so I didn't know your sarcastic tone. So first time we were on voice chat, I genuinely believed you when you sarcastically said it, and then I responded like, when you were just like saying like, yeah, blah blah, I did that, and it was back in the day. It was also still on Sophie's stream, but yeah, that was on me because I didn't know. But now I know it was truly sarcastic because I haven't seen anything. I'm just going to back you up. I haven't seen anything to say anything that like you actually did do that. I was just like, I was the one that like shouted logical fallacy and then just drunkenly passed out. That was me.
There was a
Okay.
time I hooked up with
Listen,
a girl,
listen.
and it was in the
Go
middle of it, and yeah, it was in the middle of it, and I was like, I don't really like if we, consent and whatever, but I just kind of got the impression like she wasn't really that into it, and I was like, are you okay? Like we can stop, and she's like, I mean, would that be like okay? And I'm like, yeah, sure. I don't really want like this experience if this is like something that's going to be unpleasant for like either of us. But and and then we stopped. So that was what it was. And like for me, I have that level of self-awareness, and I've always had that level of self-awareness where if somebody were to even like non-verbally indicate in some way that they were uncomfortable with something, then I would try to pick up on that. But with that, my case also would be that people don't understand in those moments how people's discomfort actually works, because I can imagine other people, honestly I could imagine somebody like Dilly being like, well, you gave me consent, so I'm gonna just do what I want to do, and never like ask that question, never invite, okay, well, are you feeling uncomfortable right now, do you want to stop? And I think a lot of it comes down to ego and people's inability to actually admit their faults. And I think for me, I am somebody who is willing to admit my faults. And whenever I'm willing to stand up in front of a crowd when it's unpopular, when I know there's consequences and all this, I do have the ability to say, hey, you know what? I made a mistake. I made a boundary mistake. But like I would look back at that situation where, that girl did consent, and in the middle of it, I was like, hey, you know what? You don't seem completely uncomfortable. Like, do you want to stop? I would say that is an example of a time where someone was uncomfortable, but I reacted to it and I responded to it. But I also need to look at it at myself critically. And I need to look at myself critically rather than like trying to assuage my ego and say, oh, like I should just maybe like be, hitting it better or something like that. I think that's the wrong way to approach things. But I think that's the way that people assume. And I think people's assumption shows a lack of depth on their side. It shows a lack of empathy, it shows a lack of compassion. And I feel like that in and of itself is a dangerous thing that you want to think about. You want to think about that undercurrent, that lack of empathy within your space. Because if your space does like enshrines the ability for people to sit who have no self-awareness, who have no ability to recollect, no ability to reckon with their own ability that they may possibly make someone uncomfortable, like then you wind up with these people like Dilly, where whenever I say this, hey, you know what, I have gotten into situations where maybe like even if something was consensual, I recognize someone was uncomfortable, and that was on me to make somebody else uncomfortable. If I made somebody else uncomfortable, that's on me. Like, that's what it is. It doesn't mean that it's a crime. It doesn't mean that I'm a rapist. And that extrapolation is kind of where my issue comes from, because I feel like it would be beneficial to sit down and be like, okay, well, Dilly, you do think that Guilty is a rapist. Let's actually explore why you think that, because I think what you're going to wind up coming to the conclusion of is that Dilly lacks the self-awareness to be able to look at himself critically and to be honest with himself. And I think what you'll like notice is just this constant changing of goalposts and shifting of the narrative. And I think people like, and he's like 28, he's a child, he's not married, he's never had a kid, he doesn't have a lot of life experience. And within that, you need to accept to some level, like you, not you specifically, like the royal you, like we need to accept that he has the right to be emotional, he has the right to be immature, he has the right to not know what the fuck he's talking about. But when I'm sitting there and I'm older, I'm 10 years older than him, and I'm saying, hey, you know what, you got to understand, young kid, you will make mistakes, you will fuck up, you will this and that, but you need to like look at yourself in a certain way where you can accept that you make mistakes. Like, you can accept that you have maybe made somebody uncomfortable, you maybe have pushed something too far, but that doesn't necessarily categorically make you this like label of this identity of this figure of this person who's just, this unfathomable evil. And I think there is like, I think something's lost by being punitive. I think there's something that's lost by being like, you know what, Dilly, if you say these things and they're bad and I don't like them, you need to be punished. And that's not what I'm looking for, because there's no growth there. I think growth does come from the fact that he needs to be put in a position to where he is pressed to make his case. And when he starts to make his case, you're going to notice all the flaws in the case. You're going to notice a whole bunch of nauseating flaws, contradictions, this and that. And that's going to start to fall apart. And whenever it starts to fall apart, he's going to have to reckon with that in the moment. But because he's only able to recognize himself relative to how like other people view him, the labels other people apply to him, he needs to have that experience. And obviously he doesn't want it because he understands it's not going to feel pleasant for him. He has created a debt. He's created expectational debt where he says so many times, "Oh, guilty as a rapist," and I got receipts and I could prove it, blah blah blah. He says this so many times that people start to expect it. But since he never is pressed to deliver, it's never
Would you like me
actually
to
paid off. Like,
to do that? I'm sorry to interrupt you here, but like, if you want, I mean, I could moderate a stream like that between you and Dilly if he accepts that as, of what is the facts and stuff like that.
sure, and if he does not accept that, then I think a judgment should be made off of his inability to
Welcome
actually
back, Reborn.
touch gloves and
Yeah.
engage.
Exactly. I mean, and I'm not gonna, that's a very serious thing. That if someone's slandering somebody and it's really affecting, guilty, her career and her
And
mental.
I would request you not
It's
conflate it with Tekken.
massively serious. It's massively
Yeah.
serious.
I'd really appreciate if you would stop conflating that with like Tekken misinformation, like people just being
Sure,
about season
okay.
2 or something like that.
Oh, okay, I can
I
stop
do
that.
kind of feel like that's
It's,
massively disrespectful. Like, to be honest, and I have no issue with you, but I do feel like that's massively disrespectful to try to conflate those two
Okay.
things. Somebody calling me a rapist with no allegations versus like arguing about frame data. That's apples and oranges.
It's an example and an analogy.
They're not even the
you
same
may
thing.
not like,
They're not even the same
okay?
thing.
But that's an analogy that I make because I commonly
and
argue with
it's
people about-
disrespectful, I would say. So
Okay, all right. Well,
perhaps this is not a common situation.
okay, yeah, I mean, maybe, but listen, if you don't like that, I can just take your word for it and not talk and not compare the situations. So, as far as like, I mean, like, okay, I'm gonna make a point
So Sophie,
here.
I'll be honest. I
Go
think
ahead.
I think it's actually much fair to compare your allegation, like not your allegation, because as people like said before, you said what you said, but I think it's much fair
Alright,
to
yeah, let's do that.
discuss like how you've been canceled. That is like a fair and more respectful comparison than tech and frame data. So if you do need an example to reference, you should just use your own history. You
Alright,
should use
let's
what
do
happened
that.
to you personally.
I think that focusing
Okay,
on which
that's all I gotta say about that.
analogy
Continue.
is okay, but okay. So the very like notion that I am welcoming you on the stream shows that I'm willing to allow people to speak freely against confirmation bias, which is what an echo chamber is. It's a place where people can confirm their biases and say, oh, like let's cancel Sophie server, right? That might even exist actually. So that would be an echo chamber. Now, like I'm saying, like I
Yes.
invite
And-
everybody.
Well, unless the funnel point
Like-
is the chat.
Well, yeah, but what I'm
Unless the
saying is
funnel
like
point is the
guilty
chat, in
has
which
the
case
opportunity
you're providing
to
the content
speak
to
up
create the chamber.
against Dilly here. That's not an echo chamber.
100% agreed.
I think that's not a broad enough definition of what an echo chamber is, because I feel like whenever you create like whenever there is a system that allows misinformation to propagate with no sort of like a judgment, then that can effectively become an echo chamber, whether you want it to be an echo chamber or not. So I'm saying this as not as an accusation, but as a caution. So I want you to kind of reflect on how things may, in some ways, despite everything you've just said, be maneuvered by other people who may be clever with words or politics or other maneuvering to create an echo chamber despite your best interests. And then I think at
Or
that point,
even, or
Uh,
even.
yeah,
I'm sorry,
to
I didn't mean
answer-
to interject.
Okay, I'm
but
just gonna
I'm a-
answer Valindian right quick. What you saying? You need to actively challenge or discourage spreads of lies. That's what I'm doing right now, and that's what I do for everything. Maybe I won't. And listen, I think it's a good. Okay, like Guilty says, don't compare this
Maybe we should call it an
situation.
open forum.
I often talk about, like, I don't mean any disrespect when I talk about Tekken. It's just this is what my stream is. I often do, challenge information on my cancellation, Guilty's cancellation, and also Tekken's cancellation, maybe. And maybe, I don't mean to, I don't mean to disrespect you, but it's just something that it's just some some information that people have. This is a place where lies are actually challenged. It is not a place where lies are, like, it's not that I want lies
How
to
do you think
fester here.
lies should be challenged?
With actual
think lies should
evidence
be
and
challenged?
having a high standard for evidence.
No. So
It
like
should be
that's no, wait,
literally-
wait. So that is, I think, making too many assumptions, in my opinion. Like, so when I ask like how should they be challenged, I'm asking like in terms of like within your system, what's the format? Like how, if somebody's making these accusations, like is there like an appeal process? Is like how
People
do
will
we
just try to
queue
call
it
that
up? How do we
bullshit.
set it up? Like,
It's like how it actually works in actual
so that's just
society.
randomness. Like,
It's not actual randomness. Like
I mean, in actual
yeah.
society, people create systems.
But,
So I'm asking what your
yeah,
system is.
that's what I was talking about when I was talking about the escalation system, right? I was talking about tier 1 being the front line, and then there was tier 2, who are like suggestively the moderators. Tier 3 are the people that just kind of handle the shit after the round table and make a decision based on what the round table says. They don't allow the round table to make the decision.
the world
And if there's a
has
need for something
a way
beyond
to
that,
find out
then
truth. You know?
then it's office to the president, and
What
it's
is that
a lie.
way? What is that way? Can you walk me through that way?
Yeah,
it
I mean-
is
Yeah.
different for each person, but I for me, it's
Alright,
like
so
trying
this
to
is yours.
base
What's
Okay,
your
so
system?
person by person basis,
yeah,
like we
it's
talked
based
about
off of
before.
like actual
Thank
facts,
y'all. Person-
like objective things,
Mhm.
data. But some people may not believe in data.
What is it then? What is it?
I
well,
think
data
y'all
is
are
debate.
missing
Data
a
instigates.
clear. I think y'all are missing a clear problem
Nobody's
with
broad scoping nobody.
discussion. Can y'all
What
hear
do you
me?
think that
Go
problem
ahead,
is, Reborn.
Oh, Reborn, hey. Yeah, I hear
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
All right. So there's the concept of like free speech and open forum and challenging everything, which is good. But then I think with guilty situation, we're talking about something that when certain allegations exist that go beyond the scope of opinion or anything else of that, or like personal matters, right? To call someone something that is criminally charged or can be criminally charged is a much different thing than calling someone a racist, even a pedophile to a degree, to say canceling Tekken,
Highly legal.
like all those other things are things that are not going to they don't have any legal repercussions. So jumping to the highest level of call,
Calling someone a pedophile
needs
has
to be dealt with, like-
repercussions.
all right. But that's what it
Well,
means.
that's point of
what we would have
inference,
to
though, right?
standard
That's point of
that
inference.
certain types of allegations need to be fully justified before they're allowed, right? Where you could be like, yo,
all
Dilly,
allegations.
you're gonna call this, you need to come to the table with something real, or don't call it in the server, right? But if it's like Tekken sucks, like that's an opinion, we could talk about that.
That's subjective.
Video
That's
gamer
subjective.
dude
That's fine.
sucks at his job or whatever. That's an opinion. We can bring those through. A lot of different things
Yeah. So
would
some,
exist
some
where we
opinions
can,
are just too
the community
extreme,
can
I
figure
guess.
out the truth. Well, it wouldn't be
No,
an
they're not-
opinion at that
it's-
point.
it's an
That would be an
accusation.
allegation.
No,
Like an
especially
allegation
if they
versus
stress
an
it as an
opinion.
absolute. Then it's crazy. It's bad business, mate.
Say what?
So,
Like,
Sophie, I
especially
don't
if they
think you
stress
have.
it as the truth. It's bad news.
Sophie, I think
absolute
that
bad
you
news.
have ideals, but I don't think you have an actual like system to like manage this or handle this. Because it's like, if I were being slandered, like, what would the process be for me to, actually appeal it? Would it just be, oh, there's evidence? Okay, well, who needs to provide the evidence? How's the evidence provided? How is it presented?
Is it provided
How-
to you on the forefront? Then, in which case, you're still like the one on the front line.
I mean, honestly,
And then, like,
what
happens
you
afterwards?
should do is
Like,
take him to court, guilty. Like, I'm not the courtroom.
I don't
mean,
want to
that's
be
not wrong.
told what I should do.
That's actually not wrong at all.
I don't want to be
Because
told
this-
what to do.
mean,
Like,
So,
you should
if
see
that's
his
what
ass
you
as
think,
slander.
That's what you think, but I'm not asking. No. Stop trying
Damn,
to
that's actually really
attribute like intentions to me that I am not talking about. Like, you're taking
Okay.
it out of context. You're doing something else. I'm saying something completely different. I'm saying you don't have a system in place for this to be handled or managed.
I mean, my
So,
system might not be
like, if you
Also
good
true.
for you though. For example, I would say get on the stream. I'll gather the information. Let's find out who's actually right or wrong, and that's my system. But you may
what
not
do you think
like
I'm
that.
saying?
You're
do you think I'm saying?
you're
What
saying
do you
that
think
I
I'm
don't
saying?
have a system to handle slander, right?
Which implies what? Which implies what?
Which implies that well, there's lots of implications. One of them is that there's an echo changer.
Yeah,
An
there's
echo
a
chamber, which I
series
totally
of
disagree with.
actors attached to
Um,
that.
But is that
Not
what
I'm
you're saying,
implying.
pretty much?
But like, so if you no, because that's half of what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying yes, you have no system, but that implies you could have a system.
Yeah, my system right now is
Very
to
simple.
Right.
So
basically
what would that
talk to
system
You're
look
not wrong
everybody
like?
and
there.
try
You
to
could
be
have a system.
yeah,
You could
try
have
to
a
be
system.
as fair as
Yeah.
a courtroom as I can.
No,
do,
no.
basically.
You don't. Again,
Like-
we're trying to keep you out of it, right? So like, if we're trying to create like a new system, right, one that befits what you want to do, then you would be basically, if even then, the office of the president. Like you would have like a structured moderation team that's handling things based on like a fine line principle or code. It doesn't have to be like extremely moralistic, but it's just like, yeah, you guys especially cannot allow this type of shit. And in which case, yeah, things start becoming like very judicious. Like I'm just saying, man. Like hierarchies, like they suck. I agree. I like horizontal structures, but they don't really exist. That was just a lie.
Yeah, so like,
Okay,
I'm not against you, Sophie. So like, I'm not attacking you. So when I say you don't have a
Yeah.
system in place, it's like my implication. That's why I asked you about the implication, because I'm not saying something like, oh, and therefore, yada yada yada. I'm saying something very simple, very contained. When within that, like, it's not. Like, it shouldn't be extrapolated into something that it's not. Which is, if I say you don't have a system in place, and like that lack of a system does facilitate and create an echo chamber, then I'm suggesting you could
that is
remove
assumed
certain
facts,
elements
though.
that then makes it possible for you to not have that echo chamber issue by
There's not
implementing
there's
a
not
certain
one.
system that you currently have not. Yes, we're agreeing. I'm agreeing with you, and
moderate
I'm saying
issue.
No, I
that
said
if there
there's
is
no
no
echo chamber
system,
problem.
then you could create a system.
I'm agreeing
It's
that
not an
there's
echo chamber.
there,
don't
yeah,
know.
I'm agreeing that there's not a system, but we disagree that this is an echo chamber.
I would also agree that this is not an echo chamber.
No,
This
this
is
is a
not an echo
moderative
People are
chamber.
issue. This is
misusing-
definitely a moderative issue. And it can be solved with moderative progress. And this is what I'm talking
Again-
about with hierarchical structure. And I think that's what
getting,
I think
I
Guilty
feel
is
like I'm
talking
getting
about.
misconstrued a lot. No. I feel like I'm getting misconstrued a lot.
I'm sorry.
because
then
when I
that's
say,
on
like,
me.
Well, no, like whenever I'm talking about echo chambers, what exactly do you think I'm saying? So,
I already have said
'Cause
what
I'm
I
saying
think an
something
echo chamber is. I think it's a place for people to gather where they can confirm their biases.
correct. And I agree with you, but I'm asking, what am I saying, not what you think.
You just asked me.
Well,
right?
hold up. If
That's a little.
I
if you
asked
see
you
the, if
what
you know
I've
the
been
definition
saying.
of echo chamber by her standards, then you would need to. If you use the echo chamber
The
with your
drama
own
channel wouldn't
definition,
exist
then there
if
won't be.
everybody agreed. I'm just saying. I'm just
My
going to say
words
it.
have the words
God.
like my words have the meaning that they have. So my perception of things may differ from your perception. Now, just because we have
That's
different
true.
perceptions doesn't mean that my perception is necessarily right or wrong. Neither is yours right or wrong. And through the dialectical process, we take both sides of this, put it together, and then we're able to find truth somewhere in the middle. So I
And
am
then one
reporting
turns out
you-
to be diluted, right?
Not necessarily.
Because one is not
No.
true, right?
No, not
Like,
necessarily.
by the very
Dude,
process, that's what it does, mate.
If I'm standing on one side of a sign, like on
on.
like a billboard on the highway, one's got a McDonald's ad, and the other's got like a Wendy's ad. I'm like, hey, this billboard has a Wendy's ad, and you're like, oh, this billboard has a
Well,
McDonald's ad.
that's
We're looking at the
that's
same
an A/B
billboard.
experiment from two different vantage points. Like you're talking about something that's mirrored, but also just like obelisk to itself. It's not actually.
No, I'm talking
being
about
mirrored,
something.
they're
I'm
just
telling you that you're
oppositional.
incorrect. I'm telling you that your
And you're
assessment
trying to.
of me
You're
is
trying
incorrect.
to. I agree.
attempting.
I don't
I'm
have a
attempting.
perception of you. I have no problem with you.
Hey,
Girl,
and I have no
like,
problem with you.
chill.
So I'm not just getting like.
I'm just
But
saying shit.
I got a
Like,
problem with the
turn into a
definition
personal
of
offense when I'm just being
echo
critical
chamber.
of things that are being expressed. Like I'm
Yeah.
not just changing my character disposition on somebody. Like
And I'm
that's
not
not how
accusing
it
you of that.
works.
I'm not accusing you of that. So
It
if I
seems as
if
though
you
that is
feel
ultimately the case.
like that's what I'm accusing you of, then I apologize. And I would imagine that other
No,
people
no
have done that
issue,
to you in
no
some
issue.
capacity in the past.
All right.
Because that's
Okay.
not what I'm doing. So if I
Okay.
appear that
My
way, then I
apologies.
assume
My apologies
that
as
is
well
some.
then.
I
apologies as well,
I
man.
apologize because I assume somebody
And I say
has
made to everybody.
done
I'm sorry.
something that I'm reminding
Okay.
you of, and as a result, you're more
Call
kind of
Sophie as
reacting
well.
than listening, and that's kind of what my point is. I'm saying
Oh
you're
no, no,
reacting
no, no! I'm
more than
definitely
listening.
no. That's
Okay, then
something
I'm
I
getting you wrong, and I
seldom, if ever,
apologize.
do. No, I
So-
strictly listen. I don't hear somebody. I listen.
Okay, then what am I
Uh,
saying?
I know what you're saying, but the thing is like you're going
So then
from
say it
like,
back to me, walk me through what I'm saying so I understand that we're on the same page. Because right now I'm skeptical that we're on the same page. I don't necessarily trust that my message is being properly understood, and the fact that we just had to have that clarification is part of that bigger picture. I apologize, and I mean no disrespect whatsoever. I'm simply trying to come to some sort of a mutual understanding. Is that alright with you?
it's okay. No, that's good. I'm okay with being the example if that's what's necessary for you.
The
Meg,
example of
but I
what?
don't think like no, you'll see. But I'll
I
just
will
say
s-
point frankly.
Mhm.
I don't really see necessarily where you're necessarily wrong in any of these point of inquisitions. Like my issue is that more so what you're asking is not necessarily something that's going to work for her in the immediate.
What am I
which
asking?
I don't see the problem is you never let me finish. Now we're at the like point of like quandary every time I finish a sentence, which is fine. It's fine,
Which is a
but that wasn't
reciprocation
what
of
we
what's
said. That
happening
was
to me.
that's not what.
Which is a
So
reciprocation
I
of
mean,
what's
we
been
can
happening
also
to me.
take turns
you
with, like-
set up a false stage. Night. You set up a false stage. Like no, it's a non-issue. Like I have no issue with you. Like I understand what you're saying. You actually agreed with me on a number of things, which was providing like a moderative structure. So you don't have to deal with these things, Sophie, and then you just have these fine line variables that these people follow, and that's how they moderate. And things escalate beyond that. Like they get very serious. Like I would argue that what's happening with Guilty is very fucking serious. It would probably get up to you, or at least whatever you would have as your illusory scope. And this is what I was talking about before. The
Do you
false
remember
like
what I initially
office of the
said
president.
to lead us down this line, down this conversation? Because I issued like a specific question to Sophie, and then we got a clarification that sprung off a clarification, which sprung off a clarification. I feel like we're getting really off base from the initial concept.
Yeah, that's probably because I'm very drunk and high, and I do apologize. So I lack the moral imperative. Well, that's not necessarily the moral imperative, but the functional basis to it. I actually remember that. So
Gotcha. So I was asking Sophie like how
I didn't think it was
personally.
too far off, though. To be fair.
I'll let you finish.
No, that was it. I was just saying it's like I thought it was fairly still on scope because we were still talking about like the basis of like how this shit could be like circumvented. I thought I was giving you a space and like a guideway, like a through path, like by your
We
example.
miscommunicated.
So
that's all that. That's all that means. It's just like you.
okay, and that's
You
fair.
thought
that's fair.
that,
That's
and that's
tremendously
what you
fair.
thought, and that was
I didn't mean
that's your
anything else
perception.
otherwise. I didn't
But
mean
it's
anything
as I
else
said before.
otherwise.
Yeah, okay. I'll let you finish.
No, that was it.
Would we
That
be
was that was
okay
it. It was just
with
because of your question.
me going back to one-on-ones and me starting off with Guilty? I feel like
Yeah.
she feels misunderstood, and now she's arguing with the ghost and stuff like that. So I'm willing to, if everybody's okay with it, we can just go back to one-on-ones, and I can talk to everybody and give them, equal time.
I'd actually like
Yeah,
to
I'm
talk
cool
with
with it.
Samusco too.
I'm okay. I'll
Deal
just
with that.
I'd like to talk with Samusco.
Okay, I'm
Yeah, I
gonna.
wouldn't mind because I gave
Okay.
guilt.
Okay, I'll let
I
Guilty
mean,
and
it's you're
Samusco
the
talk.
boss.
Yeah, I'm making an executive call. You guys are great, I'll talk with you, but it seems that, I don't want it to, be where Guilty's like, because I've been in Guilty situation on Joe Budden streams, Mike stream, and everybody's gonna, she has to handle lots of one-on-one conversations. So to alleviate that, I'm gonna go ahead and take everybody into the requesting stream, and I'm just gonna cut it down to.
Bye bye.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Okay, so, damn, Reborn's super cool too. I hate to have to force him out and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll cut it down to people. Samusco both wanted to talk to Guilty, and he was okay with it. from my knowledge, right? Simmo Skull and Guilty wants to talk to Simmo Skull so we can have a one-on-one here.
Sure. Yeah, I gave Guilty a hard time, pretty much unprovocated.
Well, no, you were misled.
Not entirely. It was intuition based on like your self-aggrandizing in chat. Your
No, it's based off of your past trauma, wasn't it? Because people have treated you
Sure,
with
that's
narcissism and
that's
antisocial
part of
personality
it.
disorder. Yeah, so you have
That's-
like you're sensitive to it. You're extra sensitive to those types of things.
I have a sense for it because I have a lot of experience with these people, sure. But there's red flags that you give off. Like one thing that bothers me is you sort of implied discrimination and transphobia, et cetera, when? Yesterday. I mean, and some of your
What was the
messages and
context?
stuff like that. I don't.
Because I use discrimination in like variously describe like mental illness discrimination. Because whenever you're talking about like narcissism and all that, I pretty much said like, you know, I have my own situation. I'm familiar with my psychological profile, and you are being discriminatory with your labeling of me as narcissistic.
Well, what does discriminatory mean to you? What does that word mean to you?
You are medicalizing me as a person and reducing me down to your perception of what. Like, so whenever you say that I'm a narcissist, then you are. Like, with that comes a whole bunch of implications that then allows you to invalidate what I said. Do you remember, like, when you left, it was. Do you remember that exchange that we had?
Yeah.
Okay, so from your perception before you left, what happened?
Honestly, it was kind of my bad because I just kind of like came out swinging at you with no provocation, but it was more like
You felt
I get
justified.
I get annoyed with you, like whether it's right or wrong is another subject, but my personal feelings of you coming in and like, oh, Guilty is so sexy. Oh, Guilty is so I don't know. It just seems to be a lot of the you come into chat and you sort of build yourself up, I suppose, and you say, oh, Guilty's so hot. I get your playing and stuff like that. To some extent.
Sorry?
Well, you know, you come into chat and you self-aggrandize yourself to some extent, whether or not it's in a jovial manner or joking or not. But you kind of build yourself up. Would you say that's fair? You talk about like how good looking you are. And
No, I don't think like if I say like, you know, if I did a search on, you know, Guilty, I'm good looking, I don't think I'd come up with anything. I think I have like kind of a meme thing of just saying arbitrary thing IRL, and one of those is I'm cute IRL, but that doesn't mean anything
Yeah.
other than
That's what I
itself,
mean.
and it's like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
repetitive phrase. So
Yeah.
Are you saying that's why you think I'm a narcissist? Is because I tend to shitpost?
That's not the only reason. It tends
Okay,
to
then give me
be-
another reason. Give me a stronger reason.
It tends to be when you come on, the subject tends to be surrounding yourself. It's never like just joining the community to be the community. It's like
How does that make you feel?
it just like I don't know. I mean, there's I got my own problems with people in the community and stuff like that. So it's
Yeah, how does that make you feel though?
I don't know. It just
Angry? I mean, you lashed out?
mildly annoys me, I guess. But to be fair,
Okay,
like,
so it mildly
you've
annoys
never
you?
done no wrong. You've never done no wrong to me.
So
I
I've never
think
wronged you, and I tried to help you with Japanese, right?
You did, yeah, you did.
Okay, so then at what point did I become a narcissist? Like, well, okay, so what does it mean to be a narcissist? Like, can you define that term for me?
Okay, so it's a form of antisocial personality disorder where it's hard to be self-reflective, self-critical. It's hard to admit fault to anything. You enjoy the process of of manipulation and cultivating favor towards you. You enjoy having people respect or even worship you to some extent. I think maybe that's part of it too, which is kind of out of your control. You have people come on and say how much they love Guilty and stuff like that. Could that be?
Yeah, it's like you saying that to
Could that
Sophie,
be-
right? It's like you saying that to Sophie. Sophie's a good person and stuff like that. So it is similar, right?
Oh well, Sophie is a good person. Like I
Right.
literally,
But I'm talking about
heart.
your behavior. I'm talking about your
Yeah,
behavior. I'm
so-
talking about your behavior.
It's more of a general vibe and experience I have with people with ASPD that I've worked with, that I have in my family and stuff like that. And there seems to be some traits that relate to you, but
Okay.
at the same time, you've done me no harm. So like when I came out swinging the other day, I really think I was in the wrong.
So have you ever? Is there ever a time where I acknowledge wrongdoing that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did I apologize when I got canceled?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So it's possible that I've never publicly acknowledged wrongdoing, and if you Googled my name, you wouldn't find articles about me publicly making an acknowledgement of wrongdoing, right?
Sure, but those things are they're very komakai, bimyo, if I may.
英語お願いします。お
It's-
前の日本語はちょっとゴミ。
Uh, そうですね. Anyway, to help the other people keep keep in the conversation, it's tricky, you know, because like
Is it?
a situation.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Rabbi Zum?
I apologize for that.
Let me say this. I may be totally wrong against you, and I don't think anyone should take my opinion about you seriously, because
Sure.
all I have really is intuition. So I want everyone to know that from the start. But you have some serious allegations from you from some source, and I don't even fully understand those sources. That you've done some sexual misconduct or whatever, and
Allegedly, yeah.
I have, I guess the main issue I have is when, rather than sticking to the facts of what happened or not, you at least tonight and the other day when I was unprovokingly kind of coming at you, which I apologize for, you kind of use the words discrimination and trans status and stuff like that kind of as a shield against the criticism. And that's, for me, kind of a red flag, because but at the same time, I don't have your perspective as a trans person. I don't understand what it's like to be discriminated as a trans person.
You just like me to be more compliant with your sensitivity.
I have an issue with people using their trans status as the forefront of their argument of like, oh well, you have
Yeah,
this
that's not what I
opinion
did.
because I'm trans, or some sort of discrimination or something like that.
Certainly, but
And-
Sam Scott, I apologize, but if we actually go through the chat, you will find that that is not actually how it happened. Since it happened via text, whenever I said discrimination, I was actually rather clear that I was talking about discrimination with regards to mental illness, because you are using medicalized therapy speech to come up with ways to invalidate me.
I mean,
That's what I
discrim-
mentioned was discriminatory.
I guess in my definition of discrimination, like you could discriminate against people with mental illness, right? Like
Correct.
if
That's what
someone
I would say. That is the context in which I use. I did not like mention transgender stuff until like the very end. But you know, do you not
Yeah.
remember that?
No,
You were drunk,
I
right?
remember that.
So
It was-
you were
it
drunk,
was-
so it's okay. But no, so why is it? I guess I'm confused. Why are you trying to conflate mental illness discrimination whenever you're talking about, you know, oh, I have these personality disorders, versus like when I made one later off comment about transgender status? I guess I don't understand how those two correlate, because to me it kind of seems like you're trying to assimilate two separate ideas and then use that as a justification for your own bias against me, which seems to be a little bit prejudicial, to be honest.
prejudicial against like a mental illness or some other of your statuses, right?
Well, so I'm going to say, actually, I think a couple of them, because you did easily accept with no evidence, like this narrative, because I posted in the channel actually, what I was talking about with regards to Dilly, which is where you initially were like, oh, I thought Guilty was a narcissist, but I didn't realize Guilty was that much of a piece of shit. So what actually happened was, Arturo took like 500 milligrams of psilocybin mushrooms, and then Dilly kind of gassed him up, like in that specific time. And that's what I was referencing whenever I said Dilly was the one who exasperated that situation. Like, I can post this in the drama channel as well. You can see from that day, he's obviously loopy. He's obviously out of it. And, like, he doesn't sound like he's on crack either, which is the other drug they use. He was like, yeah, like, Guilty is the boss. He's on shrooms. And Dilly used that opportunity to... And Dilly also, like, used him for money and stuff like that. He...
And I was listening to him talking tonight too about you, and it was kind of like it was a lot of sort of just insults without really any substance to it. So,
which is why I said you were misled, and I feel like I can empathize with you for that. Like, you know, you didn't know better. You already have these pre-existing, you know, maybe traumas from things that you experienced with your family.
I do, and you know, I am willing to give you a clean slate, and I do have these sort of defensive reactions against people who I think have ASPD, narcissism, stuff like that, because there's been quite a lot of people in my life who have
I have three
really
questions for you.
given me a lot of harm in my life, and
I have three questions for you, and I've asked the first two before, so this is going to be kind of review. But so the first question is, are you a narcissist yourself?
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Okay, so then how would you define yourself in relation to narcissism?
Like the polar opposite.
Okay, so and narcissists don't show empathy, correct?
They could show empathy for their family members, or mostly family members or people they feel they ride or die with. But at the end of the day, when the chips are down, they go for themselves.
Okay, so would you say that they feel... This is actually kind of interesting, because I feel like usually people say with ASPD, you know, a hallmark of it is a lack of empathy, right?
It's a complicated thing. Like ASPD is a sliding scale. It's not an on or an off switch. So it's, I mean, I think some
when you say
members of
ASPD,
my
do
family.
you mean cluster B, or do you mean antisocial personality disorder? Because antisocial personality disorder, I think, is more like related to sociopathy, and it's more trauma induced than, you know, anything else.
I don't know. I think narcissism falls.
Okay. But you're not a narcissist.
You're not a narcissist. No. I have a lot of empathy for other people and.
Okay, so I would like you,
and,
for second question, I would like you to use your empathy, and I would like you to use your empathy and then explain to me, walk me through why, if I'm a narcissist, you know, you're attacking my ego, you're attacking my identity. Why do I not flip into narcissistic rage, and why do I instead have empathy for you and a willingness to take myself out of my perception and just understand where you're coming from? How does that work? Because that seems contradictory.
Okay, you may have to rephrase that question because I'm a little confused how to answer.
So
no, you don't need
I would
to apologize.
Like you have more empathy than the average person, and you have this sensitivity, right? So then if I have narcissistic personality disorder, you know, whenever you attack a narcissist, they go into narcissistic rage, right? We can agree on that.
Sure, yeah, there's people like LTG and what's that one guy's name? Finn T. Yeah, they're
Right.
like
So whenever you challenge a narcissist's self-concept, they respond with hostility, right?
yeah, most of the times they do. Yeah.
Okay, so then I would like you to use your empathy to walk me through why I am not responding to your hostility
Alright, fixing
with
the
anything
audio.
besides empathy.
I suppose because of my experience in the past, I feel your empathy is disingenuous, and it's an attempt at manipulation instead in order to gain public favor or even try and manipulate me. But that, I will admit, that's a gut reaction that I have that I could be wrong
Okay.
about. But when
Here's my
I
third
thought about
question.
our interaction, when I thought about our interaction, it was like, you know, what did Guilty really ever do to me? And I couldn't think.
I tried to help you with
anything,
Japanese.
so-
I tried to help you with Japanese.
Yeah, I
So
meant in terms of what you did to wrong, right? So
Right.
and-
Well, you
and
just
I-
said what did I do for you, and the only thing that I really did to you was not doing anything wrong, but actually trying to help you. So I actually showed you kindness, and I didn't do like I did that without. You know, do you think I was trying to manipulate you? Then I guess I was trying to manipulate you into being better at Japanese. Maybe?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I mean, honestly, that's how it
So you-
starts with a lot of narcissists. Is it's
Okay.
a show of friendship. It's this, oh, all right, I'll die for you. It's this love bomb parade, right?
Is that what I did,
and
though?
that's maybe how I perceived it because of my
Okay. So
past
if
traumas.
you're
But at this point,
so here's
I'm
my third question.
willing to admit that I'm wrong, right?
My third question is, if you're writing me off with absolutely no real basis other than your past trauma, and you've decided categorically, I have this personality disorder and this mental illness, and that precludes me from actual kindness. That means that everything that I'm doing is manipulative. Is that empathetic of you? Because to me, it seems like you're not actually giving me any empathy whatsoever. It feels like it's all about how you feel, your perceptions, your emotions, your experiences, your trauma, all of this, and that justifies whatever you feel that justifies in the moment. And it's okay for you to apologize, even if the person you're accusing actually has been kind to you. Is that really empathetic?
I'd say that's a fair criticism.
Well, is it empathetic was my question. I'm not criticizing you. I'm asking you a question. So if you think it's a criticism, does that mean that you agree with me that you are not demonstrating empathy?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm demonstrating more empathy for you in this moment by being able to understand how you feel, and yet you're not able to reciprocate that to me, and you write me off with no, evidence, no basis, just kind of vibes. I would call that discriminatory.
Okay, so
Sure,
I
that's
I
you
do
know,
want to
and,
say with
and
I'm fixing
right
the-
now I'm trying to,
Oh, never
you
mind.
know,
They can't hear me.
reverse that action, because when I thought about it, I was like, you know, what has she really done to me that was wrong, right?
Yeah, I do want to say
really
for
nothing.
You were misled by
Samusko's
Dilly.
Safe, or Samusko's side that, you know, he has been self-aware and said, you know, I admit that, you know, I came at you the wrong way and stuff like that. And as far as what you were saying, like that he's not willing to give you empathy, I think that kind of shows that. Like, yeah, I think that Guilty's empathetic, but like Samusko can be very empathetic too. So I think that might be a little unfair.
I don't think it's unfair because I'm talking about the past as it happened and not in the present. So I think whenever, like, you kind of shifted the tense because I'm describing
Okay.
a past action, not necessarily a current action. I would say that in the current moment, we are developing empathy. I would say that Samusko may be developing empathy for me through this conversation. So I'm going to say that this conversation and the challenge is warranted and is fair because in the same sense, I'm not condemning him. I'm showing him that there is a layer of prejudice, and this prejudice is not how he himself wants to behave. And since he doesn't want to behave that way, I will not look at him and condemn him by his past actions. Presume, like, after he has gone through the process of actually condemning me for, you know, similar reasons, and I'm just going to reciprocate by giving him compassion and empathy, and hope that he reciprocates that back to me, and then we're able to move forward with no issue.
So,
Yeah.
so what do you have
Yeah.
an issue with
Yeah.
Samuska right now?
I never said that I did.
Okay.
I never had an issue
Yeah,
with
I
Samusko
think-
to begin with. He is the one who had an
I
issue
think we
with
just
me
need to
because
clear the air.
Dilly had misled him. So, as we said before, where people had been, I had been affected by Dilly's misinformation. We had discussed that earlier, and Samusko is an example of someone who has been impacted by Dilly's misinformation. However, I never had an issue with Samusko, as evidenced by the fact that I am able to have a civil, polite conversation despite, whatever has been said to me. I'm willing to let water go under the bridge.
Yeah, I'm willing to give it a clean slate if you are, and
Ganbarimashou.
yeah, I mean, I apologize for giving
You don't need
those,
to apologize. You were misled.
accusations and stuff like that. It wasn't just being misled by other people; it was my own judgment as well that I had in the back of my head, and then it was Dilly that kind of pushed me over the edge, as it were, right? So,
Right.
yeah.
But then
Okay.
also, whenever you notice Dilly discussing things with me, he's actually quite narcissistic because he doesn't actually have any validation or justification for his case. So really, you got manipulated by Dilly, who is a narcissist.
Yeah, I don't speak to him enough to know, but I will say that I'm far less sure, like, of you being a narcissist than like someone like LTG or Finn T or something like that. Right, but
If you would like to discuss my
so
psychological profile, we can do that at another time. I will be forthcoming with,
it's not my area of expertise.
Certainly,
Like,
I
I'm a
didn't think it
political
was.
scientist. Like, I could talk about fucking Islamabad or fucking Israel or.
So, are you
fucking-
familiar with game theory, political game theory?
Yeah.
So I will almost always prefer the infinite game. I will not try to go for a zero-sum game where it's you versus me. I will always try to find some sort of middle ground where we are looking for mutual win-win. So I will never be against you in that sense. And for a lot of people, they do misconstrue that as a type of narcissism. But if you actually look at my behavior, and I'm very, I repeat the same behaviors over and over, so you can observe this. I will always try to seek a way for us all to mutually win together. And then you'll also find other people who try to insist on a zero-sum framing when a zero-sum framing is not appropriate. And as you did have an issue with me, but I am hoping that we are able to erode that issue to where we no longer have an issue. But I did not have an issue with you at any point, because for me, I'm always viewing this in a political science game theory type of way as an infinite game where we're all cooperating together in order to bring out the best outcome for all of us. I hope you can respect that.
Yeah, I guess I'll be straightforward. There's just people, coworkers, family members, etc. People in Discord communities that have just really treated me like absolute fucking garbage shit, and I have a lot less faith in humanity, and so when there's behavior in my mind that I perceive a certain way, it's maybe I just have a certain defensive pattern, and I do I don't know if I'd use the word discriminate, because to me discriminate is a term that's kind of a loaded term that
It's
that
intentionally
affects,
provocative. It's provocative, and it makes you think, it
to-
makes you self-reflect, and then now we're having a conversation that's actually sorting it out. So to me, I feel like the provocation has a purpose, and that provocation brings us to a point to where we can have a discussion about it, and hopefully we can resolve our issues. And I appreciate you for the patience and honestly the maturity that it takes to sit there and address these issues publicly with me. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'm definitely the type of person that's okay with being self-critical and admitting I'm wrong. I don't really have an ego issue admitting I'm wrong. I do it all the time, but
Having a cognitive conscience
yeah.
is very important. So, you know,
Yeah.
I hope that you continue to grow with your Japanese studies as well. And if you ever do have times where you feel stressed or upset or something like that, feel free to reach out to me if you need somebody to talk to and there's nobody else around. I know you don't know me very well, but the same way that I am willing to be understanding in this moment, I trust that you will find I will carry on that pattern in the future. So, you know, hopefully we're able to amicably resolve this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely gonna give you another shot and disregard all my past biases. Honestly, I do think it a little weird that you have your own server, you have these people that come onto the server and they almost like kind of worship you and stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff gives me the willies. Whether or not that's justified for me to have those willies or not, it's just like, oh.
Yeah, I think a
yeah,
lot
I
of
don't
people wind up like that because I show them compassion genuinely and sincerely. Compassion in the same moment where maybe you expected me to lash out at you, you expected me to be hostile and, you know, reciprocal of like your sentiment, but instead I'm kind of like, well, you know, I understand how you feel. I'm going to try to look past that, not take it personally, and try to connect it to the other things that you're saying, listen to what you're saying, where you're talking about, well, I have these experiences with past, you know, family, friends, coworkers, this and that, and try to empathize with you. And I would say it is a result of that empathy that people wind up having these strong convictions of loyalty towards me. So, you know, I think it's easy for somebody like Dilly, who doesn't necessarily think about anybody other than themselves, to look at that and try to mislead other people away from that. But really, if you look at it, it doesn't look like anything other than jealousy to me. And I just feel
It's
like you're a
not
victim of that.
jealousy,
Not you,
Oh,
not you,
it's
Dilly.
not-
Dilly.
I see.
So I'm talking about
Yeah, I
Dilly.
don't-
My, you know,
Yeah, I don't know Dilly too well. But-
certainly, which is why
yeah.
I'm giving you the
And-
information.
and-
that's all.
At approximately 350, everybody succumbs to propaganda. Propaganda in the modern age is so advanced. Everybody succumbs to propaganda, and if you think you're above it, then
Certainly.
then you're naive. So that's just a tip from a political scientist. Like, everybody succumbs to propaganda of some form, and it's everywhere. It's on every side of the political aisle, right wing, left wing. Everyone succumbs to it.
But then if you also do these political science things, you also can understand that if someone, like for myself, I
Well,
kind of
there's,
came up in like a
okay.
grassroots sort of way. So
There's the Sorry to interrupt you. Okay, so my stream.
certainly, go
Okay,
ahead.
as far as the game audio is not like it's gonna be really hard to get back on. This is like a 1 out of 50 chance for streams. The game this is crazy. I might have to restart the stream to get the game audio. But also, Epic Empire is in the chat, and he's the one that started the thread on how much he should moderate a community from toxic people. I do want to talk with Guilty one-on-one. Now that she's talked with Samusko and
Certainly, I think I'm.
yeah, go ahead.
No, I just want to say, like, I feel like me and Samusko kind of resolved.
Yeah, I think so. I think that
Yeah.
you guys made progress,
yeah.
and that's what this is for, right? For people to have disagreeing opinions. Samusko thought that Guilty was, you know, probably a worse person than Guilty was. I don't know everything about Guilty either, you know? But what I'm saying is it's about sparking a discussion and actually seeing, you know, what we can agree on. And I think this is a great example of that. Because I don't think Samusko... I think Guilty has actually somewhat changed Samusko's mind. Maybe not fully, but is that fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even just thinking about what I was saying, you know, when I was drunk, and then it's like, you know, I mean, I kind of knew I was wrong to say it, and so Guilty right now is just sort of
That's very big of you.
reaffirming those thoughts I already had. So yeah, so.
I can
Yeah, I don't-
empathize with you. So, you know, if you're raised by like narcissistic parents or a narcissistic environment, you wind up with, you know, like secondary narcissism, which is you get the imprint, you get all the imprint put on you, shoved on you from like that person. And I can recognize and I can empathize with that because I certainly have experienced that myself. So, you know, if you approach me with empathy, I think that you will get a different result.
Yeah, and as far as the topic is toxicity in the community, I don't know, that's a whole nother, it's just out of my expertise. I don't think I could speak with confidence about the subject, because it'd really just be talking about like personal beefs I have with people and the shit they've talked to me and stuff like that, and I really don't think that's really interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so are you guys okay wrapping things up? Like, is that good for you, both of you?
I'm good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Alright, so right now I guess I'll kick out Samusko and Guilty. I'll probably bring Guilty back on like right here in a second, but I just want to fix my stream.
You're
My
not gonna
stream
kick
is
me out. I'm gonna kick
myself
I'm gonna
out.
kick me out.
Yeah,
Ha ha ha.
Yeah,
So,
okay. So restart the stream and then rejoin the channel and we'll have a one-on-one. That's
it sounds good.
my understanding, correct?
Yeah.
Gotcha.